Catriona Lang, the High Commissioner for the UK in Abuja, has done nothing. She gets tagged in every single tweet that tweets about Mazi Iyke Kanu and extraordinary ambition. She doesn't reply to anybody. You ask a question, she blocks you. Is that really someone in her position? Is that really something she could be doing? She's done nothing at all. She's a representative of the UK in Nigeria. She represents British citizens in Nigeria. Why is she not representing Mazi Iyke Kanu? Why is the total silence? You've got another protest next to us here, a lady called Mazi. Nobody's helping her either. She's a British citizen. What is going on in this country? The 67 to 70 Biafran war, it wasn't a war. It was a genocide. And the UK was complicit in genocide. The UK is complicit in genocide now. Today it's happening again. Yet why do we not hear about it? You go 20 yards away, the BBC cameras are there, the ITV cameras are there. Why does the BBC and ITV not cover Biafra? If what was going on in Nigeria was happening in any other Commonwealth country, it would be all over our news. So why is it not reported? It's not reported because the British government are still looting all the resources in Nigeria. Biafra on its own would be a world leader in any way you can think of, one of the richest countries on earth. But the UK can't let that happen. Because if the UK lets that happen, it has to start paying for the resources, of which all the oil that it gets now is given free. How can you put oil above thousands and thousands of people's lives, slaughtered on a daily basis? Catriona Lang, who works for this office, is fully aware of it. What's her response? Her response is to go on Twitter and start dancing with the Fulani terrorists who are committing these atrocities. How is that right? Ask yourself a question. How can we stay silent when this is happening? You can turn a blind eye. You can remain silent. You can do nothing at all. But don't ever turn around and say you didn't know what was going on, because you know exactly what's going on and you're doing nothing about it. It is absolutely shameful. Boris Johnson, what's he doing? He's doing nothing. Buhari is dead. Buhari died in London in February 2017.
That's right.
He died in London in 2017. So why do you still put this charade out that Buhari's coming to London? Buhari's coming for medical treatment. The man died in 2017.
Yes.
And when that comes out, seriously, the UK will look the biggest fools on earth. Now, the certificate's there. It's all written.
That's right.
There's proof he died in London. He's buried in Saudi Arabia, and yet you keep that quiet as well. How can you keep quiet that a president of a country died 4 years ago, and you're still portraying him coming here for hospital treatment? Is that not a farce?
Cover up.
It's a total cover-up, a total corrupt cover-up by a totally corrupt government. But when Biafra comes, then we will see who laughs, because it won't be the UK. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra, yes. This is British people for you. The man talking is a British. He's telling his country he's doing this in London. He's speaking to his people. Katrina Lunch, or Lunch, or Lunch, or Light, whatever you call her, Katrina, whatever. An appeal court in a civilized country given an order saying this man didn't do anything, let him go. You know, So the British people are the ones doing it. P2B is conniving with them. This is what they are doing. We know. We want you to know that we know what is going on. But you know something? It rejects a lot as the Biafra is going to come. Regardless of what you do. We are so confident. For me, I'm in Biafra already. I've been there a long time. It's a matter of time. Because you keep on lying and lying. Now you tell us Buhari is going for treatment. Buhari is there. That man is not Buhari. They're going to play the same game that they played in an event. They're coming to report to us, oh, you know something, Buhari, he didn't wake up from his surgery or whatever he came to do in London. All that is true. All that bash. You try to cover yourself up. It's a cover-up, total cover-up. And we know when these cover-ups are coming, we know them. We see these cover-ups and we keep quiet doesn't mean we don't know what we're doing. We know exactly what's up. We know it and we know it very, very well, and we are waiting diligently, quietly, like the bed bug, told his children, don't worry about it, let the fire burn at the end of it, or we shall all emerge. So what we are saying in a nutshell is that Buhari is dead. The British people, they are conniving with P2B. He's one of them. We know that. Our leader have said it this morning, what you listen to, that he campaigned for this man to become the taste of the pudding is in the eating, isn't it? People are following and jumping up and down. You people will ask you, these people are not going anywhere. If the youths of Nigeria, they claim exactly what they are, that they want to change, let me warn you guys. It's very easy to make this change. The first thing you should do, tell yourself, we are not going to vote for anybody whose name has been out there in politics. Clean all of them out. Have a clean slate. Anybody, doesn't matter what tribe he comes from, that the name, his name, even his family name has appeared in any politics, wipe them off. Start afresh. Go to your universities. Get people. There are kids there who are very intelligent. Because if you want to tell yourself the truth, these same people are not the same people. I was listening to a comedian. He said, are the same people. The little bird was crying at the same people. They think the bird is singing a song. No, the bird is just saying that the same people. They are all the same. Ma P2B, Ma Atiku, Ma Tinubu, Hanchaf Nufuapa. The same people. Obasanjo, they are all the same. Forget about this thing that look and see less. Because you people are going to cry again. You're going to cry again when you make this mistake you're about to make, because there is nothing called Nigeria. We need that thing dismantled completely. Stop patching. Stop hoping that it will be all right. God has given you everything. God has told you, I did not create Nigeria. What I gave you was eastern, western, southern, northern region. Yes. From there, you're going to grow up and become whatever you want to become. But the British man, the Satan that they are, they came up and they are creating what they called Nigeria. Nigeria. What is the meaning of Nigeria? Nothing. Nobody knows if that's the name of a demon that is somewhere killing all of you. That until the day you wake up and point your hand at it and say, enough is enough, that's when you've woken up. I listened to an Hausa fellow this morning, and he was talking about his people, how the Fulanis have been the ones that have been ruling them and doing all this. It's Nnamdi Kanu that woke them up. We are Radio Biafra after Hausa service. They're talking to them and they are listening. They are paying attention. Because he started with Hausa Fulani. There's no such thing as Hausa Fulani. Because that's the game that they play. Today we are having Igbo Fulani. The likes of people, we have Igbo Fulani there. I'm telling you honestly. That's exactly what it is. Because I do not know how somebody can... Okay, my dear, these people... Our leader said something here that's very remarkable. They are doing memorial for people that died during the war. Nobody mentioned our people. They were raining wreath to the Nigerian soldier who came and killed us. Who came and destroyed us because they want to keep Nigeria one. Is Nigeria one today? The war didn't end today. You think Nigeria will ever be one? With all these millions and millions of people that died, children that didn't do anything, they were all killed by Kwashiorkor because they want to keep Nigeria one. My question is Nigeria one today? Somebody was said in the court, I was listening to, even this antagonist of Mazi Iyke, he said something that was very remarkable. He said, why are you putting him in jail? Since he's in jail, Radio Biafra is still talking. So what is the point? You are jailing him because of Radio Biafra, right? Okay. He is there, but Radio Biafra, has he stopped talking? Come on, guys. These people are the same. Hancha, from P to B, down to whoever. Hancha, all of them. All of them, most of them are silent now. They are waiting. Opportunity. To raise their head. Because they will eventually raise their head. There's money to be made. There's money to be stolen. Young people, you want something. Tell yourself the truth. You don't want to hear any name that has been there before. That's my own point. That's where you start from. Because these people are the same. There are many of them who are not talking anymore. You think they are dead? They are not. They are like chinch. They are waiting for opportunity to call, and they will raise their head. They will always raise their head. There's nothing you can do about it. That's the way they are made, and that's the way they will remain, and they will never change. Tell you the truth.
The song say.
All right, I have something that is interrupting my program. Let's go there and see if we can stop this. So, like I was saying, let me keep on what I'm saying is that the truth. They say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. Don't trust anybody who comes out there to say, I will do this, I will do this, I will do that. Because if he doesn't do it, there's nothing you're going to do. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that you will do. You will just go back and remain like another 8 years. Then you start complaining again. It's so funny. That is the way. I don't really know what to tell you, but the moment you start believing anything that comes to you, naturally, you have to really be with somebody to know what the person's plans are. But the only way you can clean this out, I have said it, is that all those people that have been there before, that you have heard their name, have nothing to do with them. There is nothing wrong with trying something new. Some people say, oh, Biafra. Do you think when Biafra comes, it's going? Why don't you try it? Give it a try. You have tried the other ones. It has failed. And you keep on trying it, it keeps failing. So why don't you try something new? How can you be going south when you know that your direction is probably west, and you're going south, and you keep going south because you've done 10,000 miles on the southern side? You think, if I make a U-turn, I mean starting afresh. Yes, it's better to start afresh. Nigeria has been 100 years old since they created it by the British. It has failed. It's failed your ancestors. It's failed your people. The last of them, our Papa, is still rest in peace. The last of the first generation of politicians. He is the last one that just went. He just passed 2 or 3 days ago. May his soul rest in perfect peace. He came out and spoke the truth. Among the coup plotters, the people that made the first coup, he died also, and before he died, he said that he's handing this mantle over to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to finish what they started. He's passed on. So don't let this, don't let it pass you through. Don't leave this to your kids. This generation of Biafrans, our leader has said, when we are gone, they will wish we had lived forever. So we have to do what we have to do to sanitize our people. There is no way Nigeria can survive. Nigeria is done, it's gone, it's finished. It's only a fool that will take advantage of it. At this time, you go to the street, you carry, I know, I understand. I'm a mifago mad. When you are really, really hungry, you can chop shit just to put something inside your stomach. The youths are confused. This is our own generation. I think we are even the victims of this. The children of the 40s and the 50s, honestly. Because when you look at it, you feel, man, growing up as a little boy, my father was a civil servant. I keep saying, we're living in government house. So we didn't really know all these things. There was always light. I was born into a house where there's electricity, where there's a running water in the tap. You have a shower and all that. As soon as Ndochana, according to my mother, Odokahana will they went home with their light and the water, they took it with them. Today we are still going through the same thing. Nigeria at this age is still talking about electricity. Somebody come, I'm going to bring electricity. Who cares about you and your electricity? We've been hearing it generations. It is the British people, they are our problem. Until we learn to know that these people don't have anything good for us, we will never make it anywhere. As Nnamdi Kanu is a British. For them, British record. They went to Kenya, they took him. They renditioned him. They kidnapped him. The same thing they tried to do to Mazi Iyke in their own country. But the question of Mazi Iyke was that whatever money he stole was in London. So they pretended as if they hard at things like that. In the case of Kenya, they gave Kenya an honor for helping them get Nnamdi Kanu. Because remember that there was an honor they gave them a couple of weeks. I don't have the date, but I know that they were invited to go to London to receive a kind of an award. That was job well done award. Thank you very much. You have held him for us. They renditioned him because the idiots, the Fulani being who they are, the foolish and the stupid people that they are, they were not thinking. All they was just grab him, put him in a charter plane, no immigration, nothing, no court. They boom, boom. Idiots didn't know that there are people, there are hungry judges there too in Kenya. Then they could have gone to them and pay him off, make his life with their stolen oil money. Pay him to sit down and write something. That extraordinary rendition will not be the case now because we went through the process. But being the foolish idiots that they are, they were not thinking. I know when I say this, so they will say, hey, when I say we make mistake, you made a mistake, but the mistake is going to haunt you. Because Nnamdi Kanu will keep punching you out in every court you go. Keep on going from one court to the other. You think that holding Nnamdi Kanu is going to change anything for us? We are Biafrans. The more you hold him there, the more resolute we become. You're talking about, if he comes out, he goes to discard the election. Of course, who's going to vote? Vote for who? Vote for Peter Obi? Or vote for Atiku? Or vote for who? Forget about it. We are going to be singing this song. The only vote, the only election we are going to be interested in is referendum. That's all. Conduct a referendum. If we lose, we'll stay in Nigeria. Then we can go and vote for you. But you can't tell us you don't want us and then we expect us to go vote for you. No. We are not going to go through. We are a nation of our own. Biafra is our world, and that is where we are going to remain no matter what anybody does.
I want you to tell me. Yeah.
I got it wrong. I'm trying. Of course, who's going to vote? Vote for who? Vote for Peter Obi. Or vote for Atiku. Or vote for Atiku. Or vote for who? I don't know why my voice is bouncing back to me. I am listening to myself again. I hope all of you out there are hearing me very clearly. And I assume that it's a technical fault with my system here, which I don't think is something that has to be a problem. Long as you're listening to me and you're listening to what I'm saying and you're hearing me, that's it. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We're still here live broadcasting.
Why? Radio station with more. You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra.
We are not like other people. Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood. But they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special. Exceptionally special. The largest mass movement in the whole world bar none. And we did it because Chukwokika Abiyama is with us. We did it because Chukwokika Abiyama created IPOB himself. and we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist, because we are not stopping. I am Nnamdi Kanu, and I don't stop until I get what I want.
That we worship will destroy Nigeria beyond recognition. It happened to Pharaoh in the Bible. Pharaoh was mocking God. Who is this your God? Cast it down. When Moses told Pharaoh that Elohim said, let my people go, he refused. He said, it's nonsense. They are talking rubbish. Are you not here? Are you not our servants here? The same thing they're saying. Are you going to have shops here selling notice papers? Are you people not the ones doing trading here? How can God come to save you? And I said to them many years ago, Elohim said, let my people go. And I went on to add, if you do not let us go, Nigeria will be worse than Somalia. I made it very clear. I don't believe in stupid prophetic pronouncement. Very clean and clear. Somalia will be better than the zoo called Nigeria. If you don't let our people, if you don't let the children of God go, God will visit his anger. People don't know. As I told Britain the same thing. Regardless of their first world state, I said to Britain, if you continue to meddle into the affairs of Biafra, God will divide Britain into pieces. Will cut Britain into pieces. But your pride, you will know it is because of Biafra, but your pride will not allow you to come out to say publicly it is because of Biafra. God will destroy Britain. Before all the whole world will see it. Now they have realized their mistakes, that they are going back, little by little, of course. God will destroy Nigeria beyond redemption. Many of you shouting one Nigeria, you're going to die. Many of you will die. Because of that one Nigeria, you're going to die. Write it down. Don't misquote me. Write it down. I said, all of you championing one Nigeria, prominently, you're all going to die. Not only are you going to die, your race, your lineage, your family will be wiped out from the face of this earth. Your name will be gone. Write it down tonight. Today's date is the 9th day of May 2021. Write it down on a piece of paper. All of you are going to perish. And I am bringing a curse upon every pastor who will ever open his stupid stinking mouth to talk about one Nigeria. Shame shall befall you. If shame doesn't befall you, you will not don't worship Almighty God in heaven and Him alone and no other. You not don't worship idol. I don't worship idol. You know that very well. Because anybody talking about one Nigeria is a child of Lucifer. If you talk about one Nigeria, you are a child of Lucifer. That means there is no God inside you. If there is God inside you, how can such a thing be happening in Nigeria now? How is that possible? How is that possible? I'm asking you. And you claim you're a child of God, you couldn't say it. Some of them claim we are children of God, we are this, we are that, we are prophets. You could not see, you couldn't have predicted. You are only coming out now to say, oh, don't worry, Nigeria will not break. Nigeria is not going to break. Nnamdi Kanu cannot break Nigeria. Someday Ipob cannot break Nigeria. Did I tell you I was going to break Nigeria? God will destroy Nigeria because his glory cannot be taken by man. Some of these stupid, idiotic prophets claim they are prophets. They're like Pharaoh. They're even worse than Pharaoh. They read Bible. They claim they are Bible scholars. They read the Bible. But they don't understand what the Bible is talking about. Because they worship the God of Mammon, the God of money. Tithes and offerings, that's all they're interested in. private jets and flashy cars. They're not even ashamed. Do you know, as the leader of IPOB, I am ashamed to drive a car. Do you know why I'm ashamed to drive a car? Because people are contributing money towards a project of this magnitude. When I have a car, when people give me a car, I begin to feel ashamed of myself. I'm driving a car. Even when you buy jet, you're not even ashamed of yourselves. You are not even ashamed that the poor people who are contributing this money, they are contributing it because thinking they will go to heaven, thinking you pray for them, there will be a miracle. If you people claim there's a miracle, pray for miracle not to happen in Nigeria. You've been praying for many years. The more churches you open, the more mega auditoriums you build, the more altar night you have, the more bandits are taking over your villages. Don't you understand it?
You don't let my people go, Nigeria will be worse than Somalia. Yes. He has said it. This was said in 2021. This is 2022 is coming to an end. And we see it happening every day. Let the Biafrans go. Election or no election. Conduct an election. Just referendum. That's all we're asking. It's not too much to ask for. Other people have asked for it and they got it. If you are very confident that Nigeria wants to remain one, try it. Try the referendum. That's it. That's the first step. Let the people speak and tell you what they want. Bringing out somebody, a stooge from Great Britain. He lives in London anyway. And for him, it's easy. He'll just go out there because, first of all, the Ohanese Igbo, or whatever the Igbos have said, the next president of the zoo must come from Igbo speaking. So the best thing we have to do is let us pick a stooge who's an Igbo person and push him up so that people, and so that the youths are, they are really clamoring. They want to change. But you know something? You guys are making the same mistake. It's a mistake. These people are shameless people that have to, because number one, what they call APC or PDP or whatever they call them, they are just two sides of the same coin. There's no difference. They are the same people. The British haven't realized that these people have lost credibility. People are tired of them. Hunger has pushed people to the extreme. They have never seen anything like this in their whole, since they created that nation, that thing they call Nigeria. They've never seen that country the way it is. So what are we going to do? Okay, let's look for, since the Igbos are the people that are clamoring for Biafra. Not Igbos. Igbo speaking people. Biafrans are more than Igbos. Anyway. So let me make them understand that we know ourselves, we know who we are. Igbo is just a language in Biafra. One language. They probably are the largest in number. Okay. So what? That doesn't make Igbo Biafra or Biafra Igbo. No. Biafra is Biafra. Biafra comprises of what you call the eastern region, the place you went to in your life after the war to break up, to divide, because you want to divide us and rule us. But before the war, I never knew the difference. We all lived together. I was born in Calabar, in Cross River. The first language I spoke was the Efik language. My parents are Igbos, so what? Big deal. I only spoke Igbo language later in my life. The man in Akwa Ibom, we're all the same. So they came in there and said, these people are very smart people. We can't deal with them together. So let's break them. They kept on breaking and breaking. And the breakage is, and over the years, the breakage starts becoming, for us, the man in Imo State is different from the man in Anambra. Then the man in Anambra is different from the man in Cross River. You are deceiving yourself. We're all the same. No difference. Go and check the culture. They will tell you, that man there is the one that has been suppressing you. Okay, I heard that when I was a teenager growing up at the end of the war. As soon as we create, why did Sarawiwa die? Saro is one of the people that believed them. And when he raised his head, they killed him. They accuse him of one thing, they condemn him to then hang him the next day. You have not learned anything. All of you are sitting in the creek, yes. If they had loved you so much since they break up, what is the difference between the creek of those days and the 70s? Same thing. Those were areas we go to perform. I go to Abonima. I go to those areas completely. My band used to take the Kanu, take the boats to these areas and entertain me. Isaka Island, there's an island they call Isaka. Beautiful island. We were all performing there in those days. These things were just April Fool that they were doing to you. What have they done? Sarawiwa believed in these people, that they were telling the truth. As soon as we're done with the war, we're going to become this 20 years, 10 years, 20 years. The man goes, what's going on? The promises that you make, what is happening to Ogoni? He spoke and they held him, they tried him, they killed him. Just to tell you that he won't do anything. You think that P2B is coming to save you guys. People are wasting your time. Biafra is the only hope. Anything outside Biafra is bunkum. The same people that have been crying and saying, Zik Nnamdi Azikiwe of blessed memory. Bazulika Amechi and the rest of them were telling him in those days, step aside, step back. Let us take our people and go. No, I want one giant to be Zik of Africa. Come on. You know what it means to become the Zik of Africa, the entire African continent. Who are you? Eh? Yeah, Patagonuno. Everything large starts small. When you get a little country that you call Biafra, then if Biafra is expanding, people want to say, let us emulate Biafra. We want our place to be like Biafra. Even America, as once that they had, all the states they didn't join the union at the same time. There were people that came in late. Because AG1 just small and grow. I'm not comparing it. But Biafra, God naturally put us in what we call Biafra land. Not the British person. The British came there and disorganized it. Because they felt that you were a threat to them. You were thinking people. When you do what you want to do, they will not have the opportunity to steal the oil as much as they want to. So the best for them to do was to make sure that they disorganize you. And they did it. They did it very, very well. And they are still struggling to do it today. But you know something, we won't let them. We are Biafrans. They went to war and I went to Aburi, Ghana. They held a meeting before the war of what was going to happen, the only way we can survive. Let us get together and unify and, let every state, every region, let them take care of their affairs. One came back and the same British people, he told them, you have made a mistake. You gave up too much. What is too much? What did you give up too much? Gowan had no wife, so say that he gave his wife up. He gave his family up. No. He believed in his mind when he went to that meeting. He believed that this is a solution to the problem that they were going to have because they were trying to avert the war. The British said no. What Ojukwu spoke about was confederation, as if the word confederation is a taboo. What is wrong with confederation? What are you practicing in Great Britain, if not confederation? What is America practicing? The same thing. There's no difference. Absolutely no. States should run their resources. In New York, we don't have oil here, but we do have oil in Texas. New York will not go to Texas and collect their oil. No. Keep your oil. Just pay us, bring money and give to the federal treasury. Go put something there. That's what they spoke about. But the British people will not want a thing like that. Because they want to come to Ogoni land, they want to go to Biafra land, they want to go anywhere around our region and thief the oil as much as they want and take it to their own country. Those people, they feel they will not talk. Because if you try to leave us together, they will not come and take that oil. They obviously know that. Somebody's going to question them. Go to Ogoni. They build the refinery there. They have share quarters. They come out. Go to even go within the confines of NNPC where they are built. Go and check them out. The owners of that land, the rivers people, they are either gatemen or their security. No, they don't put them in good offices. We see these things. There are many of them that went to school. The hate that they have put into their brain that your problem is the Igbo man. The Igbo speaking man, because they don't even know who's Igbo. I know, because when you talk of Igbo men, let us analyze it a little bit. The man in Abakaleke, if he speaks his own Igbo, you will not, the man in Anambra won't understand it. It's just the same thing. Ikwere man what he speaks is Igbo. Believe me sincerely. You will listen to him. I wouldn't say I speak the language, but I understand them. There is nothing, it's just a difference in dialect. Doesn't mean you are different people. In America here, in fact, there was one time we went to Nnewi, USA. We had a convention somewhere, and there were these people from that area, Texas or anything. They are Nnewi people actually, but their children were born there. And when they speak, my kids were saying, "What are they saying?" I said, "Yeah, that's how they speak over there. They are still Americans. It's just a difference in dialect. Doesn't change anything." This is exactly what the British people went there. They divided us because they don't want us to put together, and they are still dividing. The division is still there. That is why I hate it. I have nothing. Believe me, sister, I have nothing against Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu because I'm not a Nigerian. I'm a Biafran. But for somebody in Biafra to go there and connive and want to keep Nigeria one, it's unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable, and that is a fact.
I'm thinking.
That is a simple fact.
There are two things plaguing them in the zoo: lies and deceit. If not for the coming of IPOB, of Radio Biafra, all of you would have lived and died in the ignorance that Ojukwu caused a war. That's what they were writing. Britain helped them to write it.
Yeah.
Ojukwu was a rebel, a secessionist, because we had no media. That is why they're paying Facebook billions upon billions of US dollars to stop this truth from coming out. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Go on is alive, go and ask him. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Ojukwu went and negotiated restructuring with you in Aburi. You came back, Britain told you not to agree because Britain realized that all the component units of Britain knows that if you go back to regionalism, you will have economic growth. The country will do very well. But Britain doesn't want it. That was why they even instigated the Nzogbu coup, so-called Nzogbu coup, saying they would bring Awolowo to become the head of state. They knew what was going to happen. They wanted to truncate the economic miracle of Dr. Michael Opara. What I'm telling you are fast. Go and investigate for yourself. In the East, you have the fastest growing economy in the whole world, over 40% every year. In the West, Aburi was performing his own miracle as well. Even in the North, Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa were doing very well. You had all those massive industries in the North. You even had Alamajiris that were employed in the North, meaningfully employed, gainfully employed. They were all doing very well. Britain said, no, for us to control these people, we need to impoverish them.
Yes.
Let us introduce this war. There was a coup by Nzogbu. And after that, there was the massacre of, as usual, massacre of our people in the North. Ojukwu said, I have to secure my land and my people. They said, no, let's go to Aburi to discuss it. Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed, restructuring. That's something now you're asking for. To tell you how foolish Nigerians are. They're very foolish. That same nonsense you're asking for now was discussed many years ago. Ojukwu sat down in Aburi with Gowon and decided that regionalism was the best way for restructuring, going back to who you were, 1963 Constitution, 1963 Constitution. Be on your own and pay tax to the central government, as they have in America, as they have even in Britain. Britain, you have Scotland that is almost independent, Wales, the same thing, everybody is free, but Britain doesn't want the same thing they're enjoying to happen in Nigeria. Why? Ask yourself that question. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria is your enemy.
Yes.
I'll prove it to you now. Ojukwu negotiated devolution, regionalism. The North will be on their own, the West on their own, even Midwest on their own, and then the East on their own. It's the same one Nigeria. On their way to the airport before they boarded the aircraft, a call came from Lagos, from the British High Commissioner in Lagos, to Gowon, telling Gowon not to agree. After having signed the agreement, that same Gowon you're looking at today, God kept me alive so that he can witness the destruction he will bring upon that very zoo called Nigeria. Gowon said no. Do you know all the journalists in Nigeria, none of them have ever gone to Gowon to ask him, why did he say no to Aburi? Aburi was restructuring. None of those agitating for restructuring right now has ever gone to Gowon or gone to Nigeria to say, but Ojukwu negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking.
We said good luck.
There are two things plaguing them in the zoo: lies and deceit. If not for the coming of IPOB, of Radio Biafra, all of you would have lived and died in the ignorance that Ojukwu caused a war. That's what they were writing. Britain helped them to write it. Ojukwu was a rebel, a secessionist, because we had no media. That is why they're paying Facebook billions upon billions of US dollars to stop this truth from coming out. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Gowon is alive, go and ask him. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Ojukwu went and negotiated restructuring with you in Aburi. You came back, Britain told you not to agree because Britain realized that all the component units of Britain knows that if you go back to regionalism, you will have economic growth. The country will do very well. But Britain doesn't want it. That was why they even instigated the Nzogwu coup, so-called Nzogwu coup, saying they would bring Awolowo to become the head of state. They knew what was going to happen. They wanted to truncate the economic miracle of Dr. Michael Opara. What I'm telling you are fast. Go and investigate for yourself. In the East, you have the fastest growing economy in the whole world, over 40% every year. In the West, Aburi was performing his own miracle as well. Even in the North, Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa were doing very well. You had all those massive industries in the North. You even had Alamajiris that were employed in the North, meaningfully employed, gainfully employed. They were all doing very well. Britain said, no, for us to control these people, we need to impoverish them. Let us introduce this war. There was a coup by Nzogwu. And after that, there was the massacre of, as usual, massacre of our people in the North. Ojukwu said, I have to secure my land and my people. They said, no, let's go to Aburi to discuss it. Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed, restructuring. That's something now you're asking for. To tell you how foolish Nigerians are. They're very foolish. That same nonsense you're asking for now was discussed many years ago. Ojukwu sat down in Aburi with Gowon and decided that regionalism was the best way forward, restructuring, going back to who you were, 1963 Constitution, 1963 Constitution. Be on your own and pay tax to the central government, as they have in America, as they have even in Britain. Britain, you have Scotland that is almost independent, Wales, the same thing, everybody is free, but Britain doesn't want the same thing they're enjoying to happen in Nigeria. Why? Ask yourself that question. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria is your enemy. I'll prove it to you now. Ojukwu negotiated devolution, regionalism. The North will be on their own, the West on their own, even Midwest on their own, and then the East on their own. It's the same one Nigeria. On their way to the airport before they boarded the aircraft, a call came from Lagos, from the British High Commissioner in Lagos, to Gowon, telling Gowon not to agree. After having signed the agreement, that same Gowon you're looking at today, God kept me alive so that he can witness the destruction he will bring upon that very zoo called Nigeria.
Radio station with more. You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra.
We are not like other people Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood, but they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special, exceptionally special, the largest mass movement in the whole world bar none. And we did it because Chukwokika Abiyama is with us. We did it because Chukwokika Abiyama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist. Because we are not stopping. I am Nnamdi Kanu and I don't stop until I get what I want.
All right, you know what? Like I said, when I started this program, I was talking about P2B and his British stooge. These people are the problem that we have, the British people. They will never give up. But you know something? They have created and gotten another stooge that will work.
All of us, we are deceived. You know me, anywhere you say Biafra is happening, I'll go there. I won't even ask questions, I will go. Until I'm deceived. I have served everybody. I said everybody. The who is who in our land, I have served them. Bar none. Did I not say it yesterday that I campaigned for P2B? Don't you know that? I was at the front campaigning, leading protests on the streets of London. Because I don't talk, I do things that comes with it. If you come out today and say that Biafra is in the next door, let's go. If you go, I join you immediately. Before you get there, I'm there. I have served everybody. Chekwa Sokoria. Name them, Ojukwu himself. P2B. As long as you come out, you know, in life sometimes, only those who are trusting are very easy to deceive. Because you have to trust. Somebody saying that they are going to fight to liberate you. Why won't you trust the person? I'm asking you, why won't you trust the person? How do you know if the person is real or not? Without trying it. It's like trying to critique a book, having not read it. Doesn't make sense. Or trying to critique a film that you have not watched. So that is why, that if you come out tomorrow yourself and say that you can do this thing that you are doing better than us, I will climb down from here and I will follow you. Because what matters to me is Biafra. But we followed them and saw that there is compromise after compromise, deceit after deceit, deception after deception. They can't handle the truth. So, Sajuju, you ask me now, what stops you now from bidding out names and saying 99 countries is supporting Biafra? That is the best thing to say. So that when we say we need money for something, you will give us, yes? But I can't tell you that. Because that is not the right thing to say. People don't know that. People don't know what we know. Only if you people knew what we know. P2B, the governor spoke in Oka when he led other top government officials to lay wreaths at this year's Armed Forces and Remembrance Day celebration. The ceremony, held at the Alex Ekweme Square, climaxed the Remembrance and Emblem Appeal Week. The wreath-laying exercise started with prayers by a priest and an imam in Anambra State. Imam is in Anambra praying. We lost nearly 10 million people. 3.5 million were killed unceremoniously. P2B, no Igbo governor, no Igbo traditional ruler, no one has come together to remember the victims of these men, these soldiers. The victims are there dead in their graves. Did P2B not disappoint everybody? P2B is laying wreath for the Nigerian army. People will say, but he's trying to fulfill the functions of his office. Must he go there? The answer is no. Yesterday, hailed the Nigerian army for contributing to the nation building. We are also reporting that P2B, everybody seeks umbrella under Nigeria. P2B is today telling us that he is also commending the Nigerian army for keeping Nigeria as one. These are the people that will defend him when we come after him. This is the criminal that stole money belonging to Anambra people to go and build a shopping mall in Abuja. P2B. He is now hailing Nigerian army for keeping the country together, the people that killed his own people. When I tell you that P2B was bad, people thought I was joking. Have you not seen it? He's hailing them for killing his own people, keeping Nigeria as one. And these are so-called Igbo people. Igbo men. Maybe his Alhaji boyfriend has told him to do that. People don't know that P2B sleeps with other men. This would have been a very good time to bring some of the looted money to England to bank it. He is praising them for keeping Nigeria as one.
My lines are open for you to make your calls. 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. Election or no election, we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is our referendum, and that is the only thing that you can do for us that will make sense to us. It's to conduct a referendum before you even go to your election. Let us decide on whether we want to be Nigerians or not. Call us. The lines are open for you. One more time, 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. Call.
And it sounds the people.
Open Mr. The Success. And the microphone.
You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 All we need is the referendum.
Tell me what to do, tell me what to do, tell me what you see, tell me what you see, tell me what you know. All we talking about the referendum. Oh, you see, I never go for long. You never become a slave for long. Back in the days, you know what's up. But because of who you the focus to come out. I remember when my father they tell me about the war. Then spend so much money just to create. Indeed, you're indeed, yes, you are. Success in one way, typically go man.
You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 Oh yeah. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. To fucking capture my eye, oh, rescue your children. Even if I can't say, oh, I never make we don't make all these politicians strong. No mind, never just come around, no promise us heaven and earth. You never see anything after the election. No election in Biafra land. We go sit at home, daddy. Make you no forget John. Is the prince of success you and your partner Nnamdi Kanu, Chukwuka gozi ringi. Your friend in motherland, Chukwuka gozi ringi. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum.
Indio Changoloko. Nekwanufa, look at them.
Any honorable or handy IPOB no wadu the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Unu ndu anya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a na-afọ pika ka ndị dị ndụ ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwughị ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ịnụ ụlọ n'ihu ite pọtị ndị ekperimọnụ mmebi iwu na ọchịchị anaghị eji oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji USN IPOB na aha dị nsọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandụ n'ụzọ dị iche iche ịnụtụ dị iche iche ịtọrọ mmadụ izu ụgbọala iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche abụrụ ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha rere ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa une n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara iko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji enye nna ya ọkụ wee na-anapị n'ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya gbuo alili ya Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere ya mere papa mama brọda anti ọnkụl onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwayọ ọdụ n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB anyị na-ajụ ugbu a jigbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbu nwa nwaala apụrụ ya ngafe ama nna ya IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ ebe anwụ taa ga-adị hụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gara idere ya ọrụ ma ịnụrụ dum nwanne ị ga na-enụ yọm anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọtịrị n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kọma mpekelechi ga-emebikọ n'anya ike a na-egbupụ ike emume onye na-asọghị chidi m n'ike taa marụ nwanne m ganeta ya n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ anyị ekwesịgokwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi bụrụ nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara ụlọ ozi ya.
All right. This is Radio Biafra. We're still here. 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. So this morning I started by telling you guys that you should be resolute, remain what you are, remain focused. Don't let anybody come and fool you, because the British people, they are the ones that are conniving. They're trying everything their possible best to disorganize us, but we are not going to be disorganized by anybody, honestly. Somebody says here, Mazi, you are coming out clear. Oh, okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear this. I thought I wasn't coming on air because for what reason I'm talking to myself and I'm hearing myself returning back to me. So probably technical issue has to do with me here, but it's not going out. So as long as you guys are hearing me, I am fine, fine and happy about it. So what we are saying, and I keep saying it again, is that P2B or no P2B, it has nothing to do with us. He has never been straight with us. A true Biafran cannot go to the north and open up his campaign by praying at the graveside of Usman Danfodio. It's a slight on our people. We know that. It's an insult. Then they want to declare for his presidency. He goes to the British people that are the people that has put us in the predicament that we are in today. We know that. So no matter what they do, the British has never liked us because they feel that we are trying to put sand in their gari. But we are not. We are only trying to be free. That's all. Freedom is our goal. There is nothing else that we are asking for except to be left alone so that we can manage our affair. But if you think that you are going to try to stop us, well, we won't let you. You know, you're under the tree, saying on how much you're going to sell that tree, and the next day the tree is still standing there. Now we as humans, we're fighting our way out, and fighting our way, I mean not physically with a gun or anything, no. Yesterday, somebody sent me a clip of somebody threatening somebody, I think a doctor, and asking for money, that he was collecting this money for ESN, threatening to the young man. And we want to let people understand that these things have nothing to do with us. We are IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra. We are straight in our quest. People can go out there because of hunger. People take advantage of everything. And the situation in the country is so bad that people can now go out there, use names to tell lies, to get what they want. But we are not the people that they think they can intimidate. We know what we want. What we want is Biafra. And the British people are not our friends. As simple as that. They are not the friend of the Biafran people, and definitely they are not. Because all they are doing is trying to destabilize us, but we won't let them. We will not let them do that, because we know what we want. They did that successfully after the war. Because over the years, the same game they have been playing, they'll run out of ideas right now. They don't know what to do with us. We are waiting for them to say, something, we are sick and tired of these people. Take care. And that's the last miracle that we're expecting. And it's going to happen, not today. It might not happen today or tomorrow, but it's going to happen eventually. Because we are children of the Most High. That's what we are. And when God is on your side, there's nobody that can deal with you. All of them are dying one by one. Their chief witch Amosu, Queen Elizabeth, she passed. That woman, God kept her there to try to help. But eventually nobody lives forever, because she's gone. And then people are mourning. How can you mourn when God has given you the grace of removing a witch in your midst, and you're mourning the witch? No. Let her go there, face those that have died before her. They're going to really make sure that they deal with her there. So she's dying in excruciating pain, according to our sister, which is very correct. That's our stand in the whole thing. We cannot go there and start.
So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya, and she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in Applied Linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had two more questions, and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way, because like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter, you kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment on social media, fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain, and my outbursts, my emotional outbursts of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
The who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them, and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra. This is what happened. This is the historical record. I'm not saying anything that's in doubt or in question, right?
Yeah.
Even when it was happening during this period of 1967 to 1970, the BBC themselves were producing documentaries decrying it, covering all the protests that were happening in Great Britain.
This is recent.
Yeah, this is very recent. My sister, for example, is turning 60 this month. And my sister was alive at that time. She was like 5, 6.
Right.
My other brother was alive at the time, and my second brother was in my mother's belly. She was pregnant during this time. Running from village to village to escape the bombs that they were throwing at villagers. So when we tell you that 3 million people, some people have said up to 5 million, 6 million, or some people quote low. So the sort of average agreed upon number that you really cannot contest is about 3 million. When you think of a Holocaust,
right,
this is a Holocaust.
Absolutely.
Now, the Holocaust that we typically were most familiar with is the most famous one against the Jewish people.
Yes.
Where they, 6 million of them were massacred.
Absolutely.
So at the most sort of conservative estimation, they did half of us.
Right.
Half that number. Civilians, these are non-combatants. And more than 1 million children alone starved.
Wow.
The British paid for that. And Queen Elizabeth II was ruler. She was monarch at that time. This was the government that she was supervising. Now, I don't buy this notion that she was just a statue, if you will.
I was going to ask you that question.
Or a decorative plant.
Right.
Or, some kind of, tchotchke sitting on the shelf.
Right.
This was a ruler. This was someone, the very crown that she had on her head, signifying the fact that she's a monarch, was made from plunder.
Right.
Diamonds, blood diamonds.
Absolutely.
So the throne that she's sitting on is a throne of blood. So you cannot say that she was just this little old lady or this figurehead that really had nothing to do with anything, and it was just the British government that were making their deals and, governing however they would, without relating it directly to her, because she directly benefited her very position as a monarch. The palace that she lived in, the opulence, the obscene levels of wealth that she enjoyed.
Absolutely.
Were all paid for by our blood. And I don't say this figuratively, and I don't say this as something that, this long remote past, let's say, of human enslavement, which on my mother's side, she's from Trinidad, my ancestors over there were enslaved by the British. I'm talking about recent living memory of people still alive today. Her money, her government, funded our slaughter. And people expected me to be calm or to be, I don't know what they expected.
Right.
When the person who literally paid money for bombs and guns and military supplies to come and massacre your people is dying. You're not supposed to dance. What's the reaction to that?
You know, I remember when we found out that Osama bin Laden was killed, and Americans celebrated, right? Because they held him responsible for 9/11, which just passed, and that terror that occurred, and those 3,000 or so people that died.
Yeah.
And it's like, but when it's our terror, when it's our pain, when it's our loss as black and brown people, and we, particularly when we express it in a way that challenges, white supremacy, the white supremacy dominant narrative, and this, kind of almost like Disneying idea that people had of a queen, then all of a sudden it's like we're always told to be civil, to be calm, to be peaceful as black and brown people. And so, but when it's somebody that you feel harmed America, you can dance, you can celebrate, you can take out your flags, and that's held up. You can have lynchings were celebratory things in the history of the United States of America, where they would have a parade and party and
take children.
Question before we close out, because I saw in the wake of Queen Elizabeth's passing and this conversation around colonialism, a call for reparations, right? I think Jamaicans were saying, like, instead of having more, like, we need reparations.
Absolutely.
You spoke, you taught us about this very recent history around Biafra. Is there a movement or calls for some type of reparation? Because, we've seen reparations happen with the Holocaust of Jewish people, deservedly so. You mentioned, I'm part of the National African Americans Reparation Commission that was started by Dr. Ron Daniels.
Absolutely. First of all, the Queen never once apologized. She never once opened her mouth to say sorry. Everybody, the history records know what happened and what was done in her name and for her crown. Not just to the people of Biafra, but you talked about the Kenyans, the Indians, the indigenous people, right? Native Americans. So it's just never once have they taken responsibility and just said sorry. So what I am advocating for, and what a lot of people are advocating for, number one is to just recognize what you did and say sorry. And then we can move on to conversations about what does reparations look like. It could look like leaving oil alone.
Right.
It could look like, actual payments and repayments, of the compensating the 3 million lives that were lost.
Right.
I don't know. We haven't even gotten that far yet because we can't even get them to admit the shit they did.
Wow. Man.
And how does that feel as a language professor to know? It's so, it could all be so simple.
Yeah.
And then just that refusal.
They continue to dehumanize us. That's what it feels like. We are not even human enough to them to sit down with them as equals and say, this is what you did to us. And they recognize it and say, yes, this is what we did and we're sorry. Even though it's open record, the fact that they never open their mouth and sit down with us and say it shows that they continue to view us as less than and undeserving of the common acknowledgement of our humanity and our dignity to say, yes, we harmed you and we're sorry.
Powerful way to end.
And that's why we call it This Week in White Supremacy.
All right, with that one, she said it all. The British will still be responsible for whatever happens. All right, then. You were trying to call me. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the calls. We are here. 646-920-845-344-799. 929-406-9955.
anyị na mma ise ụmụ Biafra tekele Biafra na-atago Igbo nwe mmadụ Igbo nwe mmadụ na-atago ụmụ Biafra dede Biafra na-atago Igbo nwe mmadụ na-atago eji m egwu mekene chifu Nnamdi Kanu odogwu oge adịrị mma onye eze na ọdụbụrụ dị mma ọkwa ndị soro gili n'ụwa akọrọ ọdụ ogili lacha ọkwa osisi bụrụ tolo ọkwa anyị ma n'ọnọdụ ugo ọdụrụ na-egbe mma ọkwa okoko onye arụ a na-achụwa ya ọsọ otu ekwesị eliko nri ọ ga-ejikwe n'ogologo ngaji dike Kanu gị bụ na London dike Kanu gị bụ na Israel dike Kanu gị bụ na Russia dike Kanu gị bụ na India dike Kanu gị bụ na Biafra Nnamdi Kanu dike Kanu gị bụ na Biafra nsogbu
All right, I have a call coming in on the special principal officer's line. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you, and good afternoon and good evening to Biafrans all over the world. My name is Ifan Chukwumadabichi, and I'm calling from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Maka biko nye anyị mmekọtaga n'onye maka na ọtụtụ n'ime anyị bụ onye ahụ mụ na onye m anọ m na nwanne gị nke tọrọ gafere si nwanne m gị jisi ike nwanne m nke ntọrọ agafekwuona ọkwanụ ndị anyị na ha na-aka akpa nkata ime na ọ bụrụ na mgbe Biafra bịara anyị na ha nọrọ na-akpa nkata dị omimi ya enweghị ihe gị na ha akọfọ mana ebe ọrụ na ụbọchị ekwe na etinyechi ekwuru ekwe ka anyị were obi ike na nkwenye na mmara n'ihe anyị maara bụ na asị na ọnwụ ugwu onye ọna ji na ihe anyị na-arịọ Chineke bụ ka a na-ahụga so jisie n'obi ike ka anyị nọ na-olileanya na Chineke na-emezu anyị agụụ na-agụ obi anyị ka anyị nwee ike nọ ndụ nke anyị fọrọ afọ na obodo nke Chineke nyere anyị na nna nna anyị ha ọ na-ejisi ike nnọọ. Thank you. So what we are talking here about these people who are jumping up and down for one Nigeria and to maintain Nigeria. How can you maintain failure? That is what Olusegun Obasanjo, for all his faults, he called Nigeria a failure. Of course, he want to maintain it now for his in order to be able to keep his youth and their youth. But what we are saying here, even in this late hour in the day, the political class in Biafra land, the governors, the senators, the House of Reps, and all the political notables don't see that these people are not even caring, they don't mind, they have the mechanism to rig the election, they bring their people from all over the Sahel and all over Africa to come and bastardize the election, bastardize the census, take over the armed forces, take over the parastatals, take over the paramilitary, take over everything. So how can you affect a change even if by somebody gets there? And then what we have to keep repeating this, because these people, advertisement it works by repetition, and the people start to say, maybe let's try this. What we keep asking our people is, what if Jagabandit or Gatti or this articulator, what if any of them gets in there? You think he's your Messiah, he stays there for 4 or 8 years and goes away. What stops another Fulani feudalist and land grabber and the conqueror to come in again and send you all back to hell? Because it will not, we Biafrans will not be among you, we will be going back to that hell. So in this day, in this next hour, our political class, our governors cannot, they had a meeting in Enugu of all places. But these people, these shameless people cannot bring their mouth to say, please, Mr. President, whatever they call the interest or national, please, we sent our elders to you, including our now late blessed Mazi Iyke, which of blessed memory, as old as he is, as fragile and frail as he was, he went to Abuja 2 times on one occasion with his fellow elders to beg the cabals and the presidency to give them Kanu, our leader, in trust, as a political solution to bring the peace among the people. They said to him, you look at it, before his plane landed in Enugu, they said we are not going to touch the judiciary, let the judiciary do their job. Okay, everybody resigned to that. Now the judiciary, Court of Appeal, brought this judgment to discharge and acquit Kanu and let nobody try him again in Nigeria for whatever. Now the Kapa, the Fulani oligarchy, and the supremacists refused to leave him. And there were people who had, what I'm driving at is that our so-called governors and their representatives and political class who had meeting in Enugu cannot say to this man, please obey the court judgment and release this young man. They started dancing around and playing with words. We are monitoring. What are you monitoring? You have nothing to monitor again, and if you are talking about political solution, you have lost that argument because the presidency and the president, they told you the law had to take its course. Later, I was answering his case in the court. And he did, and he won. So you telling us about political solution, again, is playing with our mind because you are trying to go and concoct the kind of call the soil when you people conducted when he got his first when he got there in 2017-18. You go and say that a senator will come and guarantee his release. He's a senator, a judge now. Everybody will have to gather even deposit money just to affect his release on bail. They did all that, and then eventually he was released, and Aburi was being troubled and bogged because he stood there for him, while you went with your army to kill him in his father's compound. You want him to say that to be killed. So now you don't have any leg to stand to talk about political solution. Of course, leaving him according to the law and the judgment of the court is a political solution. But trying to use another basket to hold him and hold us down, you have no capacity anymore to do that. We want our leader to be released unconditionally according to the judgment of the court. And if they want what we call negotiation and how to move forward, you can negotiate with our leader and our IPOB, and everybody want to add their spiritual class. When our leader is free, you cannot have somebody under the ground in a DSS dungeon and you want to negotiate with him. And if they say this is the impulse, say if people behave themselves. That means if we swallow everything they dish out, then they can do political solution. We are asking Nigeria, the world is watching now for Nigeria to implement the decision of the court. And God, please, Biafrans, don't spoil what we are doing with criminality. I listened to that tape we are talking about when they are pressuring a doctor to recognize them and how much. Can you imagine the audacity of somebody asking somebody how much do you have in your account and you are coming to ESN? We do no such thing because ESN emanates from IPO family. We don't do that shit. We don't do that nonsense. Those are criminals. And how much do you have in your account? Okay, give us 500,000. That is arrant nonsense. It is not ESN, it's not IPOB. stop that. They saw what we are doing, giving the Fulani the leverage to say, oh, they are criminality, but they know in the heart of heart that's what IPOB. These are criminals, they can't say it all over the place, even in our God. But the God of creation and our security men on the ground, our vigilante on the ground, we fish out all those eggs that spoil the whole egg, and bad apples that spoil the good apples. We have to restore Biafra in truth and honesty so that our land will be the best and the most advanced in Africa that Africa will emulate. God bless you, my brother.
God bless you so much. There were. All right, God bless you very, very much. You know, that the only thing that I felt about that tape when I listened to it was that even the man that they are threatening and they're doing all that, I would tell them to go to hell. Yeah, go and burn yourself because you're not what you're claiming to be. But when you listen to the man that is talking to him, even starting to ask him how much they had in the account, he said that ESN and the all these things. Oh God, it's unbelievable. However, that's what we have. Our people, when we started this movement, these are the kind of things that could have not ever happened if everybody was on one ground. There are people who want to take advantage of what is happening now, soil the names of IPOB. They're doing everything to try to see if they can make it look like IPOB is a criminal organization, which is what they've tried. They've tried it, but the world knows the truth. The world knows the truth, and I keep saying it, that the people that are helping them do all these things, sometimes there are people out there, especially the journalists, I'm using them as an example. When they carry issues like this, when they grab issues like this, they go out there, they start carrying it and throwing it around. No, publicity is publicity, whether it's a good one or bad one. Because even this morning, I also got information about a Zoom meeting that is being organized by somebody else, somebody out there organizing that all the Biafrans that's seeking asylum should come to the Zoom meeting and all the XYZ. Well, I want you all to understand that there is nothing anybody can do for you about your being in asylum, because asylum seekers in different countries, every country have their own rules and their own laws. It's not like a basket where you throw in apple and oranges together. No. So what you need to do or to realize that when you go to these meetings like that, your information is coming in. Somebody is working with the zoo government and is telling you that there's a Zoom meeting about people seeking political asylum. The person organizing it is working with the federal government of Nigeria, the zoo government. And you go in there means that you are exposing yourself to these ills, this danger. In Radio Biafra, when we talk, we talk. We don't exaggerate. We don't sing songs of praises to people. We say it exactly the way it is. The person organizing that Zoom meeting is in lineage with the federal government of the zoo. All they're trying to do is to grab your information. Pay attention. They're trying to grab your information to pass it on to the government of the zoo. The zoo government, that's all they are doing. There's nothing less, nothing more. Nobody's granting you any asylum of any type. Why do you need to go to Zoom meeting to have an for your appointment your appointment to be served? Why? If the person is in all sincerity, will tell you, okay, if you're seeking asylum, please write a letter or send this email or do that. They don't even have the power to do that. All they are doing is to grab your information and know those who are in asylum and those who are not. Our sister Efe Wanaho did not have to go to the Zoom meeting to get what she did. She did. The United Nations granted her asylum 5 years, which is not bad. She didn't have to go to any Zoom meeting. So when you be very, very careful where you put your eggs, because you might be exposing yourself to uncalled for danger. Like I said, asylum is not one country has. Every country has its own rules or laws about granting asylum. So why do you need to go to a Zoom meeting? Be very, very careful, guys. Biafrans, those listening to us today, Radio Biafra, please pass the message around. If you get this information, pass it on to your friends. You don't need to go there because they're trying to expose you to something that you might not be able to come out, something that's not good for you. This is Radio Biafra. With this, I've come down to the end of today's program. But stay tuned because Mazi Iyke is coming in next, USA 1. Don't forget that Radio Biafra is on 247. After Mazi Iyke continues other programs that's coming. I want to remind you, I want you to bear it in mind, that Biafra for us is our religion. And on Radio Biafra, that's where we worship. That's where we grab the knowledge. You know, when you're in church praying, you ask for blessings. Go to Radio Biafra and be wise. Listen and be wise. Don't let anybody fool you. Stay tuned, don't go away, because Mazi Iyke USA 2 USA 1 is coming in next. For me, goodbye. See you again tomorrow, same time, God's willing.
I believe. Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship. As a true
Nigerians are not sincere by Remy. Oh, yeah, me, one Yoruba couple. They know, as I tell you on Radio Biafra, the whole world is listening. When I tell you that Nigerians are insincere people, you must believe me. There is something dishonest in a people that is incapable of human development and civilization. Once you are a zoo, monkey, or baboon, you must live your life in infamy because you are a Nigerian. Yoruba man has spoken. Nigerians are not sincere. As I did tell you before. He's a Nigerian, no? He's telling you that their people are not sincere. Did I not tell you before that they are not sincere? You want to know what is insincerity? I will give it to you the way it is. Because the zoo is patently evil. Nigeria is evil. Do you know how much they stole? 400 billion pounds is in Europe, is in Asia, according to UK group. Ocean Zoo, the amount of money they steal will start off a tsunami. 400 billion. Very close to $1 trillion. An amount of money that can build second Niger bridge, pay for free education for every child, make sure that all roads are built, you have running water, you have electricity, your university is funded. 400 billion pounds stolen by the monkeys, and blame it on these people. You have 400 billion pounds stashed in 3 continents. They are the elite. These are the people that America wants to give weapons to. The world must hang itself in shame. The whole world must be ashamed of itself. You want to give guns to people. You want to give jet fighters to people. You want to give aircraft to people who are complicit in the impoverishment of their own people. These are the people responsible for the impoverishment in Africa, the poverty in Africa, the premature death, the hunger, the disease that they're suffering from. These are the people you want to sell guns to. You want to sell guns to somebody who has gone out to bank 400 billion pounds. Oh, dollar, not naira. I said pounds. 400 billion. This news is being reported by white people, the UK group, they call them. Now you understand why they want the zoo to be one. Now you know why they want one Nigeria. Because the so-called Nigerian politicians They steal all the money meant for child's education, the money meant. Nigerians are not sincere by Remy. Oh, yeah, me, one Yoruba come up. They know, as I tell you on Radio Biafra, the whole world is listening. When I tell you that Nigerians are insincere people, you must believe me. There is something dishonest with a people that is incapable of human development and civilization. Once you are a zoo, monkey, or baboon, you must live your life in infamy because you are a Nigerian. Yoruba man has spoken. Nigerians are not sincere. As I did tell you before. He's a Nigerian, no? He's telling you that their people are not sincere. Did I not tell you before that they are not sincere? You want to know what is insincerity? I will give it to you the way it is. Because the zoo is patently evil. Nigeria is evil. Do you know how much they stole? 400 billion pounds is in Europe, is in Asia, according to UK group. Ocean Zoo, the amount of money they steal will start off a tsunami. 400 billion. Very close to $1 trillion. An amount of money that can build second Niger bridge, pay for free education for every child, make sure that all roads are built, you have running water, you have electricity, your university is funded. 400 billion pounds stolen by the monkeys, and blame it on these people. You have 400 billion pounds stashed in 3 continents. They are the elite. These are the people that America wants to give weapons to. The world must hang itself in shame. The whole world must be ashamed of itself. You want to give guns to people. You want to give jet fighters to people. You want to give aircraft to people who are complicit in the impoverishment of their own people. These are the people responsible for the impoverishment in Africa, the poverty in Africa, the premature death, the hunger, the disease that they're suffering from. These are the people you want to sell guns to. You want to sell guns to somebody who has gone out to bank 400 billion pounds. Oh, dollar, not naira. I said pounds. 400 billion. This news is being reported by white people, the UK group, they call them. Now you understand why they want the zoo to be one. Now you know why they want one Nigeria. Because the so-called Nigerian politicians, they steal all the money meant for child's education, the money meant.
The Fulani nationality movement, after extensive deliberation on the state of the nation in the context of recent killings and national uproar, made today in Kanu, the capital of Kanu State, amongst other things, the Fulani deliberated on attacks on cattle by rustlers, kidnapping of Fulani men and women in some parts of Nigeria, displacement of Fulani traditional settlements in the northern Nigeria and some parts of southern Nigeria, stealing of properties belonging to the Fulani cattle owners, amongst other issues. The group also deliberated on the political situation in Nigeria occasioned by the irresponsible calls for restructuring of Nigeria and historic and vicious attack on Fulani people by southern nationalities and their cohorts in the Middle Belt. The plot to ensure Fulani are pushed out to backbench in the power equation in Nigeria, and above all, the vicious campaign against the God-ordained place of Fulani as a leading star guard in Nigeria. And after extensive deliberation, we hereby make the following declaration. Listen very well. A. The killings in Benue State of the thief is well deserved. It was a revenge attack on series of onslaught on the Fulani, which most parodies on November 17, 2017, and when 30 Fulani men and women were killed in Nasarawa State. We noticed the recalcitrant culture of the G people as demonstrated even in the 1804 jihad, when they obstructed our ordained conquest of Nigeria. B. We condemn the media propaganda again to wage war against the Fulani and supported by Yoruba Igbo and their bigotry allies in the Middle Belt. That we are aware of plots by minority ethnic groups in the Middle Belt to attack Fulani settlements. D. That we have asked all Fulani across West Africa to raise money and arms to prosecute the oncoming war. We call on all Fulanis to prepare for this holy war. There is no going back. All over the world, Nigeria is the only country given to Fulani by God.
Oh yeah?
God punish them.
Here's something. This was a press conference held in Kanu. And this is public. It is before the media, it's on social media. We oppose anti-grazing laws which obstruct the ability of Fulani to move freely and stay anywhere in Nigeria. The Fulani, if not for the British, would have actually conquered the entire Nigeria which God has ordained as our dominion. That the cattle colony is the only solution to the crisis. You remember when the federal government brought the issue of cattle colony and rural, which we resisted here in Benue State. Whether the federal government or state government accept it or not, we must ask all Fulani herdsmen all over West Africa to move to Nigeria to penetrate every corner for the upcoming jihad. You see the reason?
Yes.
We have asked them to be armed, since it seems it is the only language that Nigerians understand. The Nigerian government has failed to protect us. So you see the narrative. We want those who oppose Fulani cattle trade to be cautious of the consequences. We are ready for the worst. We are prepared for war. There is hope for peace if and only if attacks on Fulani herdsmen stop and the Fulani is allowed to settle anywhere that the Fulani choose to settle in Nigeria. We are Nigerians and are free to settle anywhere we desire with our culture, our families, our commerce, and our values to the glory of Almighty Allah. Any attempt or attempts to reverse this demand will be met with holy uprising never before seen in the history of Nigeria, and in the scale compared to only with the 1804 jihad. A word is enough for the wise. The Fulani is capable of defending itself. Signed, Badu Salisu Amadu, National President, and Secretary Umar Ami Shehu. There are many others that they did. This one I won't read them, but just read the headings or the provocation that these people have been given. One of it here, they say, Benue belongs to Fulani herdsmen by right of conquest. Benue have never been conquered by any Fulani man, as far as we're concerned, and as far as history is concerned. The jihad of 1804 was stopped here in Benue State. We did not allow it to go.
Major talks about killing your premier. Add on top of that the North's general hate of the East, and you can start to get the picture of the sort of tribal tension Nigeria was heading towards.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, when I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put the
type of nepotism and retrogressive governance that the likes the world has never seen before, and now it is happening before our eyes. It's happening before you. I warned you. If you do, the person that stood short was in his house. What were you doing in his house? Killing people. They ran away from court. And this idiot, this monkey, this Fulani, this fool has the guts to mention Aburi's name. And all of you are doing it. All of you are doing it. As if you're fools. God should destroy black people. Black people are evil. That is why everywhere you go to around the world, they treat you as slaves. Because in your mind, in the mind of a black person, you are satanic. That was what God saw and cursed black people. Your wickedness is your undoing. I was in my house preparing to go to court. And as I'm saying, Sonto and all the rest of them, I want you to release and tag the deputy speaker of animals. If not for a white man, if not for the British, will I be in the same country with these animals? I'm asking you. I can never be. I can never be. These are animals. I have nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing to do with these idiots. Idiots from the Sahel, idiots from the foothills of the mountain of vultures in Futajalon. I will have nothing to do with them. These are savages from the pits of hell. These are animal, wild beasts, as you can see all over the place. These are the people that you call your fellow citizens in the zoo called Nigeria. Let us go to court to debate the issue of IPOB proscription and tagging of terrorism. They are running from their own court. A newspaper in Nigeria will get up and be writing junk proscribed when we are the ones begging them, come to court, let us debate this. They are the ones running. Aburi went to court and defeated them in court. Yet the idiot is opening his stupid, stinking, Fulani mouth to be talking rubbish in Abuja, and papers are carrying it. He said he is the speaker, deputy speaker of the house, Idris Wase. If not for Queen Elizabeth and Britain, will I know who you are? These Fulani idiots, you contribute nothing to the economy. The other day we saw a young boy from Abia build a transformer, build an electrical system. A little boy, he didn't go to university because we are born as scientists from our mother's womb. We are blessed people. A white man put all of us together in this nonsense called Nigeria. In this nonsense that produce idiots like Obasanjo. Idiots like Obasanjo. Oh God in heaven. As ugly as his mind is, as devilish as his mind is, they can never speak the truth. Never ever will they speak the truth. And that is why black people will continue to suffer all over the world until the restoration of Biafra. Only Biafra can save black people. Anywhere you go, blacks are suffering, they're killing them, be it in Papua New Guinea, be it in USA. Everywhere you go, we are at the bottom. Nobody is asking himself, why is it that black people always are at the bottom of things? Why? Because you are evil. You black people, you are satanic. Your wickedness is second to none. That was what God saw. God looks into, go and read your Bible, your so-called Bible. God looks into the hearts of men and decide to bless any race according to their conscience of understanding of the universe and the word of God. God saw the heart of a white man, that though white people are a bit funny because they're humans, of course, he said that these people, out of everything I have created, Western Europe are those who are closest to honesty. That's why they have all the grace. If you don't know, let me tell you that the world, imagine a world ruled by black people from Africa. What do you think will happen? Anything that comes outside will be slaughtered. The head will be cut off immediately. We are savages now. Black people are savages of the worst kind. That was why God gave white people the grace, the Caucasian race. The black race was created before Homo sapiens, before Homo erectus, and then the Neanderthals. Black people started talking before white people, Caucasians, started to speak, to formulate word and language. But God looked at the wickedness of a black man and said, no, these people are evil. For that, I am going to curse them and I'm going to punish them. That is why, without exception, be it the Aborigines in Australia, everywhere you go around the world, dark-skinned people, black people are suffering because we are wicked. When you have the likes of Obasanjo, when you have the likes of people that claim they went to school, they see the truth and they turn that truth upside down. What do you expect God to do? All of you were there. Nobody, not even comments, are asking them. But Nnamdi Kanu was in his house when you came on the 14th of September to kill him. Which court gave you the order to go to his house to kill him? They can never answer. Mad, stupid people produce. And let me tell you something. There is a Chinese missile that is out of control in space. A stray Chinese missile raises terror as it is expected to fall back to the ground between the next Saturday, from tomorrow until Monday. And the location where it's going to fall, nobody knows. I have been fasting and praying to God to let this missile fall on Asorok. There is a rogue Chinese missile that went crazy. It has lost control and is falling back to Earth. The Earth's gravitational forces is pulling it down to Earth. And I am praying to God, and everybody should pray and fast that this out of control Chinese missile should fall on Asorok. Some of you don't know that black people are condemned by God himself. Another condemnation is the presence of Fulani Janjaweed in your lives. Everything I tell you is the truth. By the time you realize what Britain did to you by putting you and Fulani people together, to be too late. Because all of you, most of you will be in your graves. By then, they would have killed all of you. Those people talk about the world about genocide and pogrom and whatever, the Nazi and all the rest of them. I am telling you that Fulani is worse than than Hitler's Nazi party. Fulani is worse than Hitler. You see some of them, they come out and they try to speak English. Hey, is this thing, that's how the trouble started in Rwanda, in all this was rubbish. Fulani is evil, beyond evil. By the time all of you Zoo morons realize it, it will be very, very late. Very, very late. Out of control Chinese missile in the sky, please fall on Asorok. We are begging you. Fall on that very place, so that Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad will understand what he has done to himself. I believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a bone for a bone, a life for a life. That was how we got to where we are today. That's a quote by Jenny Han, which I tweeted this very morning. The Fulani have taken over the political terrain of Nigeria. They have run the economy to the ground that now they are printing money every blessed day. You people, you don't know what you're in for. By the time Fulani is done with you, in your next life, if you have not la oni, you disappear. I'm telling you the truth. They are now printing money. They have destroyed the economy. And when you speak, they arrest you as they try to arrest Father Mbaka. There was something Father Mbaka said that is very, very pivotal that people don't understand. The first 24 hours of anybody being kidnapped is very, very critical. Father Mbaka opened his mouth and said, if not for what people in Enugu did when he was declared missing, that he doesn't know what would have become of him. Our problem is, you see, DSS, we must eliminate them. Army, we must eliminate them. Police, we must eliminate them in our land. We have vigilantes, we have people everywhere. We can guard our own land. Before the white man came, we had no police, we had no army. There was no war. Nobody was stealing anybody's goods. We are the only people in the history of man that had no army, no police. Everybody behaved themselves. Are you following me? We don't need DSS in our land. We don't need the army. If you allow them, they'll keep kidnapping people. They keep abducting people. They keep taking our students. That is something you don't understand. Anyway, let me stop complaining, because after all, we are black. Reasoning is not one of our strongest points, is it really? This UG. Biafra land is going to be free from terrorism. And I'm asking whoever is the commandant of the barracks near Lopa, where you're holding those students, you must release them and let no harm come to them. Let no harm come to them. Aburi is too short if to court and defeated the Nigerian government. Gave them simple facts and figures. I stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, yes. But what were you doing in his house, killing people? They all ran away from the court. Yet a whole deputy speaker has the guts to come up to be talking rubbish. And you're telling me that black people are normal. They are not. Our lines are now open, please. Our lines are now open. You know the number to call. Please try and republish. Mr. Man, try and republish the number for people to call, please. We are going to get us on Signal this very morning. And you're also going to be able to get us on WhatsApp as well. Signal and WhatsApp. People are calling already. If you call us now, we are going to take your call. I have a caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Hello, Mazi Iyke.
Yes, please. Your name and where you're calling from? Good morning.
My name is Nnamdi.
And where are you calling from?
Nnamdi. I'm calling from Indonesia.
Indonesia, go ahead, please. Very briefly, go ahead. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, go ahead.
Yeah. Mazi Iyke, there is something I want to talk about. Please, don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me, please.
I'll try not to.
This thing has been eating me. Whenever I even listening to you, I'm not only listening to your words, but I'm listening to your anger. And that anger himself, that anger you are feeling, I feel it times 100 in me about those governors. Look, they are killing our boys, they are killing our men. And when they finish killing those men, who will be there to defend our land again? They are helping the fool and they are foolish. Those people, they are blind. So we need to teach one of them a lesson. I don't know. We need to, even though 10 people, sacrifice 10 people for one person's head, it's okay.
Yes, I'm listening. We're all listening. What you're saying is correct.
Even though sacrifice even 5-10 people in one person, like that whole post of the woman, he's just claiming, he's just feeling pompous that he can do anything he wants, you know. So let us do something on this man. Let us do something on them, because our people are dying. People are dying. Look at, there is my brother from this thing sent me a message, say that there is one trailer brought Fulani,
yes,
and all of them drop Fulani between that what did he call the roundabout Enugu to Aba or what? I've not been there before. He said they dropped all of them around inside bush.
Of course, yes. Yes, of course.
Say they dropped inside bush.
Yes.
You know, so those people, and they are recruiting Fulanis in the north. In the north, they're recruiting them.
Abuja is about to fall. They're entering into. You didn't read the headline? Abuja school shut down as truckload of bandits arrive in border town. God is going to destroy the zoo in such a way, as I told them. If you have not gotten, anyway, you're in Indonesia. If you have not gotten your Somalia passport, please, visa, you might as well go and apply now. Because as I told them, anyway, in fact, the zoo Somalia is even better than Nigeria. Go and check the index now. Go and check the index. Go and check it now. Is Somalia not better than the zoo? It is better than the zoo.
I'm telling you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my dear brother, for calling. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. The caller on the line, can you hear me? I have a caller on the line. Please, your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
Hi, Mazi, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Ezenwozoko. I am from Enugu State. I'm calling you from Germany, sir.
From Germany, please go ahead. We're listening.
Thank you very much, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, you don't know how happy you have made me this morning for picking this very call. It has been a long time. But that is not what I am going to say here. For the first time you are picking this call, I want to appreciate you for being who you are today, teaching us to know what consistency means, and teaching us to know our right from our left. What I am here to suggest is this. You have done, I think, right now what I'm just suggesting. You have done the 95% of the work needed to restore Biafra. And our people know. Everybody know. And our people have gotten this very message right. I want to suggest to you that I know very well that you knew that we here in diaspora, we are in millions. You are aware and you know. And you know that we got your back. So what I am saying in essence is this. If these governors who are ruling us don't want us to be free, or if they think that they have those who they buy with their money to come out and stay in the sun to vote for them, everybody know that they bought all those people. If they think that they are having more people than you control, than we the people want to be free on our own, then let us allow referendum date. Let them come out openly and settle this. Or if they refuse to settle this, I think everybody is hearing what I'm saying, and you have been saying this. We are not answerable to them. They are not our leader. We don't know them. These people are imposed on us. They are imposed on us. We did not vote them. I am saying this now. I know you have been saying this. But what I am saying here is this. Let them allow us to decide where we belong or where we want to belong. They are not our fathers. God did not create them and name them our governor. It was Funanis. It is their plan to keep us down, keep us bringing our goods from Lagos to Anambra, from Lagos to Enugu. Somebody who imports container from Germany here will rescue it only in Lagos. Thank you, sir. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you, my dear brother. And everything you have said has been taken on board and will be acted upon as quickly as possible. I have a caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello, Mazi. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Please, your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Samuel Walfo. I'm calling from Germany.
From Germany again. Please go ahead. We are listening. The world is listening to you. Go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, because please, I don't know how it is. We are going to, I think Biafran land, ESN need to come to the border. The time is getting, these people are disturbing and they bringing the agenda into our land and they be killing us. This border, see how we need to be bombing that their trailers. That anything they come to Biafran land, we need to destroy it. So please, I don't know how it is. It's taking a long time. I know you are trying everything and do everything possible. But by now, I think we are going to secure our borders. It's getting too late.
What you're saying is correct, and we are doing everything we can to make that possible. And we are also speaking to our partners, I'm not going to name the place, to make sure that our borders are tightened up. And I must be very frank, you know, I'm a very frank person. I like what our Yoruba brothers and sisters have been doing so far, but they are not moving fast enough. They are not moving fast enough. I believe that any day our people, our brethren, our brothers and sisters in the Oduduwa Republic agitation movement begin to do 10% of what we are doing right now, the zoo is gone. You understand? Because what we need to do is to open a front also in the West. They must understand this very, very critically. This zoo army cannot be stressed in 3 dimensions. It's not possible. It is not possible. They should stop listening to their old idiots like Obasanjo and Tinubu and rise up unless they want to remain slaves forever and ever. They must do what we are doing. What ESN is doing in the East, there has to be a group that will do something in the West. And the zoo is gone. Yes. And then we'll go to our borders and defend it. And if the Middle Belt want to be part of what we are doing, they should also raise their men as well to come out and do it. If Fulani slaps you on one cheek, you turn the other side, he will cut off your head. He will not even slap you, he will behead you. That's something that these people must understand.
Old mentality. We don't have that mentality anymore. Bible teaches us turn New Testament. You
cannot turn the other cheek. The problem we are having right now, is that my Oduduwa brethren, they are very, very slow. They are too slow. You don't wait for everybody to come at the same time. Those who are more radical, those who are more militant, you go into the bush immediately and begin to harass these people. That's how the whole thing comes to an end. You will see that Fulani will capitulate overnight. If you keep listening, oh, 2023 is our turn, insecurity, Fulani will kill all of you before you know it. Because many more fighters are coming in from the Sahel. Thank you very much for that. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Yes, good morning, Mazi. I know you of Biafra land again. I greet you, Biafrans all over the world. My name is Onyedikachi Ejasi. I am from Urumba province, Biafra land. And I lived in Germany for 7 years, 8 months now in Switzerland. Suffering everywhere in the world. Mazi, let me not take your time. Mazi, it is time for we to block our exit. All our exit for these people to come into Biafra. We block all this our exit. It is time for full-blown war. Let us do this thing once and for all, Mazi. We are dying every day. The more time we are wasting, more time these people are planning, bringing new strategies. Mazi, we have men. Mazi, men are ready to burn this wood now, Mazi. If we appear completely remote, we can't have these people sucking our oil and use the same our money for our oil to fight us in our land. Mazi, because may God bless you, Mazi.
And bless you too. Thank you very much. We are going to do all we can to stop it. You know that Obama's advisor is the lead consultant for Fulani Caliphate in Washington, D.C. His name is David Axelrod. He used to work for Obama. In other words, Obama is in support of the Fulani mayhem and carnage going on in the zoo because he is an Islamic extremist. Obama is an Islamic extremist. If not, he would not have allowed David Axelrod, his trusted close advisor, to be taking money that belongs to the people of the zoo to be lobbying for the Fulani Caliphate in Washington, D.C. People must understand this very, very carefully. Thank you very much, my dear brother, for your call. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Hello. My name is Ebon. I am Yoruba.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay.
And where are you calling from? You are Yoruba, but where are you calling from?
You have from Europe.
From Europe, go ahead, please.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yes. Where are you calling from? Where you are calling from? Where are you phoning us from? You're in Europe, is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
But I'm Yoruba.
You're Yoruba, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have been trying to reach you. I listened to your last, which was 2 days ago, I think it was. I listened to your last lecture online.
Yes.
And you were able, or a couple of days ago, you were able to trace the origin of the Igbos.
Yes.
And I actually expected you to be able to trace the origin of the Fulanis. The Fulanis are from the Middle East. They are the children of Edom. They've been supported by Saudi Arabia. It's not because they have money they are giving them.
Yes.
I was enlightened by this by an Ethiopian woman. You know the Ethiopians.
Yes.
I always look at them that they are proud. They don't want to be called Africans. And in my foolishness, I was like saying maybe they have Arab roots. And she corrected me. She was the one that put it in my mind to start with my research.
Yes.
She told me that it was an insult to her for me to say she has Arab roots. Arabs are the children of Edomites, not all of them. It was the Edomites that brought together, even if you read Psalm chapter 60 and Psalm chapter 83, it is there. The enemies of the Jews, the enemies of the Israelites. You look at Islam, go and look at the origin of Islam. You will know that it was the Edomites that combined all the gods all the moon gods of the Middle East, about 350 of them, and gave it one name. If you go online, Sam Shamoun, he did a thorough explanation referring to Muslim books. Sam Shamoun, Islam is Baal worship. So the Fulanis are not Africans. They are not originally from Fulani. They are from the Middle East. They are the children of Edom. Now, I went on archive.org. I looked into the books there, and unfortunately, many of the books I should have downloaded, online books, you don't find them anymore, because anywhere they are, any torturing people in their country, they cover up. They don't want the thing to go out. The thing they are doing with us now with our constitution, that nobody else is allowed to own gun, only the federal government. Now they are distributing to terrorists. I don't believe we have a government. I believe we are being ruled from Saudi Arabia. They are bringing in terrorists, and Saudi Arabia is the one that wants to Islamize us. Saudi Arabia is always behind terrorism. Not only Saudi Arabia, anyways. You have other places too. So if you would be able to tell the people about the Fulanis, they are not Africans. They are from the Middle East. They are the children of Edom. There is a book still online. I hope they won't take it off now that if I mention it. Who is Edom? Who is Esau? Edom, written by Andrew Weissman. You will know who they are. They are Christianity and bringing one world religion, which is going to be Luciferianism. Islam is Luciferianism. This is what their mission is. They want to take off Jesus and replace him by Muhammad, take off the Bible and replace it by the Kanzaragba, which they now call Quran. It is Kanzaragba, book of incantations. You will still find some incantations in the book. Okay? And they want to replace Yahweh with Allah. Allah is the moon idol. Go look at it. Sam Shamoun. Islam is Baal worship. Thank you very much, my brother.
And thank you for enlightenment. As you were talking, I was listening to you because I have the capacity and capability to multitask. As you were speaking very eloquently and eruditely, I was also busy trying to research some of the things that you were saying, and I can confirm categorically that some of the assertions you have brought up this very morning can be corroborated, of course, with scholarly works done by people that I have been able to look at. They have two origins, as with most people. They settled in Senegal. They are not indigenous to Africa. You are absolutely correct, 100% correct. These are the lowest of the low, the children of Lucifer that came from somewhere around the Levant. I don't call it the Middle East, I call it the Levant region because that is the proper name. They came from there.
Make we dey look the thing where they look us. Make we dey look the thing where they look us. People, see, come for your land, come tender for your land. There for your land, they give you mikwegi. Agalo Sigo, Mikuremikogi. Sigobi.
Our people need God, Sha. Masha.
And they went out with it. So, person there for your land. Person come for your land from Daura. They come for your land. They take your thing, put up for motor. And they can't give you condition. The two way you could do with peace day. Happen like a bafu. Leave your land and run away. And wait peace good day. Before now, give us a cultivating land, cattle ranch. Give us a roga. Give us just a small place where our grazing land, where our nama go chop here. Now then they take them. Not they say give us now then they take them. Now then they tell you say, Aburi make it here. I got bonus. This not the person where come for good journey. And this not the person where you say na your fellow countryman and woman. Make una think am. Make una look am with una eye. People at the talk make una know, because when I go come reach where they talk today, you go know where they go and why are they talk the thing where they talk. This is not the person who won your beer. Mberambia. You get the song where people they sing. Ebule, ebule, mberambia, ebule. Ebule, ebule, mberambia, ebule. Amala nyiri wusi anye ebule, mberambia, ebule. Mberambia, ebule, anye ebule, mberambia, ebule. Now the people where they be mberambia, nebujigi. Hana aropiaga anya. Wopatagi mkpụrụ anya. Pegi mi. Chagi ototo. Chagi mano apre. Noro mwaya. Onya umberambia. Make the notice. If they happen today, not be say it happened yesterday and they tell you na tori, then they tell you. No, if they happen as we they talk. And then they sack you for your land. That land where then they beg you, say, I beg, make you give us small where we go. Nama hoebunya hiyo gata. Nama na tahiya si tahiya bia tawoka. Tawede, tawaji, tawaji apo. So you know what I said, nama. That one in no ring bell for your ear. Then they can't give you order. Make you no cross this line, enter this farm, because your governor don't give us the land. Our people forget to. Our people forget. They don't remember saying that the two of them talk. And you know good so you know remember them. Can be a new. People hear them. Nobody will stand say we no like the thing with these Fulani people they talk. People hear them, they know say why these Fulani people they talk this way. Our people wait there for UK, they hear them, they know say why these Fulani people they do this. Our people for US, they hear them. All the people for the diaspora, when not there for IPOB, they hear them, they no talk. Where their mind they na IPOB, because why? They don't make up their mind, say, come rain, come sun, I want more Mizo, I want more Nigeria. Now, what bring you for UK? What make you go in diaspora? Now, the same Fulani and the same one Nigeria. And one Nigeria. Osa, Unguranoso, I want also. What do they think? Aburi na the one Nigeria or Iberiberism. Other men who will call me Iberiberism. No way at all. For only the whole world. No one ile. Ogula na the zoo. Webe ukatarandi madono. Afo ham manapere. They know the talk. The same people where they kill them, now be them friend. I know not be where to talk. Our people make you look up with your own eye. Leona was in the BBC series. I go play on now. Ozi in the BBC Zirani. BBC send us message. We open our eye. How Nigeria they want. How they make Nigeria. So for now, waiting they happen today, I go play them. When I play them, I go play another thing. For all the people where they say they make politics, they be politics, they be politician. When you see school pata, one of the politics where one. Make una listen to BBC. This one, I play them so Kandina no ya but ya Enguria no kwa yazana waiting they happen today. Make una.
Now on BBC World Service, it's time for Witness. In January 1914, Britain unilaterally created the modern state of Nigeria by uniting two British protectorates in West Africa, one in the Muslim north of Nigeria, one in the mainly Christian south. Using the BBC archive, Alex Last looks back at a defining moment in Nigerian history.
Many people like myself, who belong to an earlier generation of Nigerians, cannot help feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the prodigious changes which our country has undergone in just a little over half a century.
The voice of Ernest Ikoli, the late Nigerian nationalist and journalist who was born in 1893.
We should not forget that the Nigeria we see on the map today as one country is not always so.
Unless you call it, they talk, say, this is Nigeria, we want they talk, not be so it be before. Not be so. Nothing like Nigeria. No day. Na Britain can't do it, na Britain can't create it. So next to call you, now they hear in voice. BBC, so make we go.
It was not a country, but a mere geographical expression.
Not be country. Nigeria, not be country. Nigeria, not be country. Not just the area where you say, mad base.
When Ernest Ikoli was a child, Nigeria was being shaped by British imperial ambition. It had already led to the creation of a colony at Lagos and a British protectorate declared over much of what is now southern Nigeria. Then in 1900, a veteran of Britain's colonial wars, Sir Frederick Lugard, was sent to Nigeria to extend British control northwards to the Muslim Emirates which made up the vast Sokoto Caliphate, one of the largest pre-colonial African empires. In 1943,
Lord Lugard, now pretend go conquer north. When Lugard reached there, go conquer them, go conquer them, and they use Lagos to make a certain protectorate. So, South will Yoruba na Igbo land. The North where make una see the thing where happen, where it come from.
just a few years before his death, Lord Lugard himself was recorded in a rare interview with the BBC.
Make una hear Lord Lugard's voice. Lord Lugard's voice una go hear. Make una from his own mouth. Ndi one Nigeria. Ndi let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go on. You not go anywhere. You not be the same. And you go here and here.
Mr. Joseph Chamberlain, when Colonial Secretary, decided that the British government should cancel the Niger Company's charter and assume direct control. I was appointed to this task as Governor of Northern Nigeria on January the 1st, 1900.
The basic issue was that Britain did not want France to get hold of this territory. It wanted
France, una dey hear about Libya, una dey hear about Togo, una dey hear about Benin, all na French territory. They no one make France get south. So, but that France na be them right hand man to do. France na be them, but then France na them enemy. Now west una dey hear. Then take us by, they go buy Gary. Now they give them the Gary with the nature. For the people we say, one Nigeria, you move on. Nigeria, you see how they create them. And as to call it, they tell you, say, nothing be they like Nigeria. So, but look at the talking. So, make on the hear. I'm not say, here say, on the take on a map.
to make sure it had it for itself.
John Smith is a former Nigerian colonial officer and writer.
Lugard, who was a soldier essentially, and a child of empire, who was born in India after all, he was given the mission to actually try and subdue the North and make them subject to Britain as a protectorate.
I found that the greater part of the country was under Muslim rulers, who annually raided the pagan tribes for slaves, with armies of horsemen, said to number several thousand. I sent a letter to Sultan Sokoto, courteously worded, but insisting that this slave trade raiding must cease. He replied curtly that between us there was only war. I had at my disposal a small native force, which I had been instructed to raise, in order to check French aggression. For at that time our relations with the French were very strained. The Muslims were defeated and the raiding was stopped.
A protectorate was declared over what is now northern Nigeria, but even under British colonial rule, north and south remained separate entities. With little infrastructure or transport, the two were worlds apart, as Ernest Ikoli remembered.
There were no railways, no roads, no motor cars, and of course no aeroplanes. To go from Lagos to Kanu was like going to the end of the world. Perhaps Many of you have heard of the story of the prosperous Lagos merchant who, in 1903, imported a motor car, but had to ship it back to England because there were no roads on which to run it. The well-to-do rode on bicycles, and the grandees went about in go-karts or rickshaws. In other parts of the country, people traveled about on foot along bush paths or in dugout canoes where there were rivers. British officials and other people of rank rode on hammocks. A district commissioner, making a tour of his district on his hammock, followed by a long line of men carrying boxes of food and household articles, including a tent perhaps, were a familiar sight on the countryside. In the northern region, horses were used instead of hammocks or other devices.
In the Northern Protectorate, there was also a huge difference in administration. When Lugard had defeated the Northern Emirates, he had a problem. He had very few men to impose British control, and Britain was not going to supply more. By this stage, London wanted empire on the cheap. So Lugard adopted an idea from British India and promoted the policy of indirect rule, using the existing traditional leaders to govern under British control.
British India. They go for India, they go colonize India. And the thing where they colonize for India, and the thing where they colonize for Nigeria. For India, to make sure say they get the power to rule, then go put Pakistan and Bangladesh inside India. Now go handle be one country. India can't get independence. Come say, oh, my brother, this thing don't do. You can't reach for the 70s. They say, okay, now we'll not be India. We'll not be India. India na India. Bangladesh na Bangladesh. Pakistan na Pakistan. When you all Azawa Hanna, they begin answer their papa name. Pakistan say will not be India. Bangladesh say will not be India. Will be Bangladesh. Pakistan say will be Pakistan. How you go come take all of us, put us together, we don't get anything in common. Because you can't take us to Kwakatala Yisi, Aina. So why we not go Zalan Hanai? The same thing where they do for Nigeria. You take your ear hear them. Where they come Kwakatala Yisi Yoruba, middle bed, Fulani Unabi Nigeria. This way you the answer Nigeria, waiting don't happen for you. Waiting you don't gain. Waiting you guarantee enang. Guarantee enang. These people they kill you every day. They kill over 6 million Biafrans. 67, 68, 69, 70. How about to break? Then they begin again. Now, not to completely take your country. Take your country. Take them. And call you, say you be one Nigerian. They can't give you one kind of constitution. Go tell you, see, you no go get right to say mba. And your own people, we say Dengala school, Urakoko, no fit to talk. And I better say, come vote to one Nigeria. No, nama kena no. Na hiya hanata. I won't get.
The structured political world of northern Nigeria's old emirates seemed to fit the bill.
Had a population of 7 million in an area of nearly 300,000 square miles, and the total British military and civil establishment in 1908 was 399.
300,000 square miles. 300,000 square miles. 7 million people. All the Kweku. Desert where nobody did. Land mass where nobody 300,000 square miles. 7 million people. Naturally, piano alive. Oh, Iberibe na agwa. Anyway, make we continue.
The only practical way you could run the country was through the existing institutions. It worked very well initially in the far north, and Lugard was excited about it, and it became the creed.
But some of the tribes are governed by autocratic rulers, aren't they? Isn't there a danger, Lord Lugard, that relying on government support they may abuse their power and tyrannize over their subjects who have no elected representation in a popular assembly?
Yes, that is a real danger. The parent state should for a time reserve the power to remove a ruler. Meantime, in dealing with advanced communities in Africa, such as the Muslim states in Nigeria, the advisor must keep a watchful eye on any such tendency to autocratic rule. He can do this through the district officers, who are in close touch with the villages.
I, as a young district officer going around, for example, was always accompanied by a representative of the emir, a nice old gentleman, usually old enough to be my grandfather, who I was meant to do everything through. I spoke to the district head or the village head or the village meeting through him rather than directly. That was the theory. In practice, of course, it wasn't quite like that.
How was it?
Well, he was often an old gentleman who would frequently fall asleep.
But while promoting indirect rule in the north, the British government in London had, almost from the outset, considered uniting the northern and southern protectorates into one state.
The process.
Now, here, then come bit vulture. So now when I go come join you together. Here, north.
Process of unification was completed by Sir Frederick Lugard on January 1st, 1914. The country, for the first time, became United Nigeria.
For Lugard, it was a challenge that he wanted to achieve, I think, from the British government's point of view. I suspect that defiance of the French and making sure that a larger, bigger Nigeria would be able to stand out against Francophone Africa was one of the major considerations.
As a consequence of unification, transport was dramatically improved.
So these people use us, they wash with the nyash. Colonial. Cameroon there for one point. Yes. The other one there for Chad. Yes. And they don't want France. France not them agent. See how they use us. See how they use us. See how they do the two way they do. For all the people where they there, they talk one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Nothing like one Nigeria. This trouble go they continue. Whether you go make election or elect president or you will not be the same people, and we not go be the same people. And the British know them. They no care. Now be the Almighty of Africa that they call them. To make sure say they hold on. Now the empire 2022 now they still be British Empire. Nobody feels and say with the go. If Pakistan is go do them, and today we the wrong go Pakistan, and we the wrong go Bangladesh, and we the wrong go India, we the wrong go Myanmar, we the wrong go everywhere. But we know to get mad to say you don't do. He said, "Can I go for UK? They carry Nigerian flag. With the come vote, with the make election. Ndi beri benda parekro. Una no go no peace. All of una go die. Beri be aparekruno. And if una no know the two una they do. Now this time una go wake up, and una go wake up. Ya will quarter to go, and you not go fit come back. You not go fit come. If you like, gang on babujiji. If you like, go gang on patesh. This time, Ubuya, don't take on. Water don't pass on. But when they see the two way they happen, when they see the whole history, when I know fit with they go home. Anya kata mamra bofo. Anya kata mamra bofo. Nyono ko bo fofo. Mba. They don't begin that pressure. We will get to them. We will reach there.
Rail lines brought crops from the north to the south. Workers and traders from different ethnicities began to move and settle in parts of the country which had previously been off limits.
Red line from north to south. Now be the bridge where them do. If you hear the Ipob press release from Iguacha, as we they talk, go Enugu, begin go Lokoja, Biafra land them. Don't take out the red line. As it was in the beginning, now so it go be. No red lines. We link not and south. Now they don't begin to take up. Go Iguacha, go about, go the lines don't disappear. I want Nigeria, and let's move on. But then they build the rail line from one Nigeria. And as they talk, people they vex me vex. People they vex me vex. I see they happen. They say they go make election. Where you know say it's time to Koralapo. You know Koralapo. And make we hear the conclusion of
But there was opposition too, not least in the southeast, where the British created chiefs where there had been none, so they could extend their policy of indirect rule through.
We no get chiefs, so now you hear them from the mouth of BBC. For Igbo land, nothing like chief. Today, Hanezushi is in how chief. And today, how chief, and it not be LGA, autonomous. Local government autonomous area. And you don't indirect rule. It would have had to check. You know. Ihe mela ndị Igbo. But uno self na we uno to blame because the thing we una sabi. No sabi. No sabi say water they chop them. We sabi say water chop them. And now we sabi say the same water they chop us. Instead we they go inside the center. Where we not even get the leg to put to say we go film from now they tell you say you believe us. You be this woman negative woman.
Local leaders. But despite the unification, British colonial officials continued to rule the constituent parts as virtual separate territories. They barely even spoke to each other, as one colonial officer's wife recalled when she described her voyage on the ship out to Nigeria.
Officials going to northern Nigeria and those going to southern Nigeria looked upon each other with equal contempt, I think. We never spoke to each other. We always took it for granted that all southern officials were rather fat, rather flabby, that they started drinking at 6 o'clock. Well, we never started before 6:30. In the north we rode on horses. In the south it is said that some officials were carried in hammocks.
But the
They themselves will be the officials where we can see the price where they put for people mind. The people officials say these people where they go north, not they talk to the ones where they go south. And the ones where they go south will where they come establish chief where you go get. And now they talk to the people where they go north. Now how you think say you go be one country? Where the charter, Royal Niger Company, then they take everything we get back from oil. You know when the buy palm oil, the same places where the buy papa is still there. Where the buy cocoa, buy palm oil, is still there. You still see a palm oil down here. It down here. Will not be the same. You not go be the same. That na Lugard and BBC. Na him be a one Nigeria. I don't tell you na the one of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. The same thing we didn't do. India today na number one. India don't pass everybody. Now we are in India, Nigeria and Nigeria they go hand by hand, leg by leg. Now where India day today, they go even India now they say the Banana Republic. Now they say, hey, you know go call us Banana Republic. We'll be India. Bangladesh say, hey, you know go call all of them the thing where they believe in now they pursue. And the foreigner they tell you say you go die. Now be the message that they said you go yamutu, you go die. And then they kill you. As then they kill you, insect you go run. Insect you go run, find your way, you say you be one Nigeria. You be one Nigeria. One Nigeria. If they pursue election, I go play you some clips. Make one open on our ear. And now waiting the happen. Now where we did. So when we did there, we tell you the thing way you never hear before. People, they don't come to colonize us. Turkey the ambassador Turkey to Nigeria talk say his name na Hidaya Bayakta. Say he don't send drones and helicopter from Turkey. You arrive Nigeria very soon to help colonize one. If they happen for your face. And they say, one Nigeria. They say, one Nigeria. That, the thing where we dey go through. Nothing like Nigeria. That one, now one side of it, one side of the story. The other side of the story, they come, you know what they tell me, I say, make una change your money to foreign money. No live in Naira. Because they go come bankrupt una go poor. And this na the stage where they set to take over Abuja. And then you no go get money. Not you go get. Then the whole thing go come. Men like Nanyavo. The man they talk say, this is not the thing where people talk. The people will get money. The people will get Nigeria. I don't tell you that the history of Nigeria. This is not the one where Arewa people they talk. So make on they put them together.
Let me allow you to listen to article and I get your summary of, because Nigerians want to know what the northern leaders have agreed upon and what should inform their decision at the polls. Take a listen to article on the of the PDP. As we go to the polls in February 2023,
there can be no better opportunity for the public to interrogate our ideas and strategies to deal with the plethora of local and national issues from the mundane to the most complex, particularly those issues that have important weight on the future of northern Nigeria. I hereby present myself for that interrogation. You can interrogate me today. However, I would like to caution that northern Nigeria's current social and economic challenges call for sober reflection, partisan politicking. Irrespective of our political differences, it should be our collective desire to see northern Nigeria fulfill our potentials in the not too distant future. I can't wait. So what is Atiku Abubakar's development agenda for Nigeria and northern Nigeria in particular?
To wrap up this conversation, there's a lot of, especially for the northern voters who listen to the northern leaders, what are those things that they need to be looking out for as it head to the polls 2023? Looking for greater specificity. If you listen to these three that you got, they are talking in general terms. Everybody would say you have to address the poverty of the north. Everybody would say you have to address insecurity. Everybody would say you have to look at how the north got to be where it is. What we're looking for is greater specificity. And when we had what we agreed after the engagement is that we're going to follow these candidates through their campaign trail. We're going to take their manifestos and go through them very meticulously. And we're going to
person we get here to hear make it here. This not the north, this not the article, and this not him be the election. Where na the do where on the south, where our leader Mazi Iyke. Where our leader. They know the thing where they do. They know who the leaders be, and they protect them leader. And anything where the leader talk, now be the thing where they go to. And anything where the leader talk, now where they go do. In our own case, say, we they go follow them only that they do to where the people of the north they talk. And we they follow them. It's one. And waiting they happen. I tell them, I say, all those people who know here they talk and not. Today we go fill in our ear with one Nigeria. So you go hear them. So now you go take your Iminanya, Manahinagana. This is not the insecurity. This is not Abuja. This is not Abuja. As we they talk. Lake Mall. Kabi Lake Mall. Where they don't close. MHL. They don't begin to go. As then they go, now our people, they talk about vote or no vote. The vote, not the vote. They look for president, where you not be president, where you not go be president. And they hear article, they not. Anytime when they talk, then they say they not. Nothing where you hear, where no say they not. But una they go run around say una they make a election. Which kind of election? And now who they elect? And how you go be? How you go be? Make we the look.
Forget those stimmy checks and get on this. The government is giving.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. This is Umuchukwu Writers reporting live from Abuja. This is to give you updates on the situation concerning the situation reports here in Abuja. As you can see, everywhere is tense. People are busy going back home. This is to show you that Abuja is not secure. As you can see, Nigerian security in all cranny of every corner here in Abuja. This is to tell you that there is a very serious security situation here in Abuja. As you can see, the atmosphere is very busy. People are going back home in order to stay safe in their various homes, their various where they are living. This is to tell you this is the situation on board. In many locations, the military are in various locations with their armored tank, and the military is everywhere. The army, the air force, they are in all strategic corners in Abuja. This is to tell you that there is a very security situation here in Abuja. I mean, the terrorists, Boko Haram and other terrorist groups, they are trying to take over the capital city of Abuja. As the U.S. intelligence reported, we all know that various U.S. diplomats have evacuated from Nigeria due to the situation of the security federal capital threat, Abuja here. As you can see, the Nigerian military, they are in all various locations with their armored tank. In order to secure the capital threat from the hands of the terrorist group, Boko Haram and other terrorist groups in Nigeria. As you can see, everywhere is very, very busy. People are going back home due to their safety is not guaranteed. As you can see, this is the current.
Oh yes. Oh yes, so they no fit to put security, but now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu they go home. No fit Shualandi bandit, na them be the bandit. And if you they stay, they look, say you go, when time come, you go enter train, go home. Train no go wrong. The rail line no day. Then they do it wirely by wirely. And Minigamagi. And Ogamazugaho. At the south. Anything we wanna know to that na owunde beke has again na your negligence. Even if you game imegia. That na your palaba. That na your concern. When we dey stay every day, this thing dey happen. We dey act like say we don't know the thing where they happen. We dey act like say everything good for us. We no good. These people ready to take over Abuja, and this na them. If you see the gun wey dey for Abuja, wey dey na them make the video, they can come out. If you see Egbe ndị a ji na Abuja, or just keep whistle, on your mark, this will do. Aga agbacha ndị mmadụ gbale ihe kelu. They don ready. This not be say again nketi ngwa ni that then we go carry them out. They get them. Then them display them. They can't carry jeep. Tell you say they catch a tipper. Tipper will carry invaders. But the thing be say they already there. The people will go shoot to the shooting already there. Kwapa. Unu na he mekọta ọnụ na-aga azụ ihe na kuje na ha gbacha jog of ọzọ. Ask yourself what you go vote for. We will know lesson from 2019. Go that they say a leader happen to vote. Happen atucha vote 2023. My emegede anyacho nkai. You don't go pass. Now you don't go 2023 again to 2027. Me amakwa gozo. And the time where you they give them, now the time then go complete, take you. Anyway, make on hear them Fulanis.
Okay, you invite. You Kazanu. Sila de Kemina if it Kemina is Aburi. Sila de Kemina is Sila de Kemina. What's up? Cousin will get Javadam. Cousin is
my brother, the thing where my eyes see, my mouth no fit talk. If these people take over Abuja, which election you they run and which president you go be? You tell me, say you no get mouth to talk for election. Now you go be president over Muslim, Islamic government. Abi, we don't take over Abuja. You they say you do Igbo, Southerners, including Odubwa, make you turn begin come home. Suffer. This election don't they die. And the north will be the Fulani, then they tell them and say, this is not the thing we want. Northern candidate. And the narrator they tell you say, what we talk as the Fulanis in the north. So we go to follow them wirely and wirely to make sure say the thing we want, now the thing we go get. And when I hear the BBC, we tell them I say the country not be the same. The country not be the same, not be the same. Oh, we have Pokataron. Now the thing they put together. And with the make you believe it. They make election for one Nigeria. They don't take church finish also. They don't finish us. Now we not go blame church. We go blame ourselves. Now ourselves we go blame. Ayaga nata church. Oh, I want. Here will I meet for our aid. Anything we do, we do unto ourselves. So make one understand, say, God help me, God help me. You go help yourself too. Go help yourself. For all these things where they happen, the thing where I ask one, when this thing happen, now who you go preside over, say you be the president? How you go think say you go be president for country? We know won't see you. And they use you to make sure say your people not go see daylight. Ndo shindama, they no fit pay you, but then go carry your money, go buy a house overseas. You can't and with the talk, with the make Igbo day for Alabeke. But call Obibo, call Alibo, so when they come take you over, when they come take you over, they go tell you, either you say not be your name, or you die. And the video go everywhere. The report today everywhere. We don't see it. We don't see everything. How your planning, where you say they make election, they can't give you money for your own land. You way go do. Nigeria, not the country. Don't hear them. No, now go take the action. You no go see it. Our people. Plenty things don't happen to us. We know they understand. And we know they take them serious. Now our job to tell one. All right. these people where we they see, where we they hear, and where we not they take serious. And I wish time we go look and say yes, true. True. All these things where we they call on every day they talk. Every day we they call they talk. And we go sabi. We go sabi. And the thing where you go sabi, not be say you sabi, now which time you sabi. Now which time you sabi. The time where you sabi and what you do. Now what you do. Person where they do. You know, sound like somebody where they play politics. When I leave the thing where be the main problem. Go play politics. No good. No good. Anything where we do, anything where we say, we make sure say our children's children, now what we dey fight for. For all the people who come abandon our leader, for the suffer we suffer for your sake, you dey go say you dey play politics. I know say if our leader they say, if you no vote my leader, now you must see the thing wey dey happen. From BBC Lagos tape, we are here. And the thing wey dey happen today. Where even American television radio take the matter say insecurity is for Nigeria. Fulani is the contact over the south. That will no do. And US come tell and say, now the thing will go happen. If all these things are the ask one of my brothers and sisters, some of them don't come Nnamdi. What thing will happen when they take over Abuja? Who go come rule? Be that na June. No good. Anything where we know sabi. Now somebody go teach us. When you know sabi, somebody teach you. Then you don't learn. And when you learn, you no use them. That means say your brain not over. Again, and I run. Not be the thing where our leader teach us. To show say you understand, to show say you go school, to show say you sabi the thing what teacher they talk. When you take exam, pass here. Senega fela. anything will remain. We tell our leaders, say, we're not going to disappoint you. Many of us don't disappoint our leader. Many of us don't do the way we're not supposed to do. Many of us, they lie. Slaves, ndị ohu ndị ọcha. Ndị ohu ndị ọcha. The beggar. Make una wake up. Make una wake up. See, all these things where we do, all these things where we talk, all this sacrifice where we make, for us to be better people, and for us to know, say, Nkiruka, Kaniru, Kediniruka, we settle for nothing. We sell ourselves. We make ourselves boy. Now waiting the happen. I'm be the program. So I put them so that when I go know how it happened. And the thing will happen. And I say happen. So make a message. Guys, you know, see, security. When I do and finish, you open the phone line. I am quite a why. I am quite a when you see all these things, say now why you. Now waiting go make you say they go talk for election again. That now you do. Saya no way. Make I send on these messages, then I go open the phone line. No.
We, the indigenous people of Biafra, every land by since Mazi Iyke, heavily called on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndamala, paternal and maternal homes to abeg hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the next program before it is too late. We dey ask all the people involved to abeg, try and bury all the corpses wey scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it dey bring us spiritual and physical problem. And now you dey suffer remaining. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don dey easy. And beg my people, now we don sabi the cause of the sickness. How we don come up with the solution? The research wey do show say some dead body don dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count na human being we go bury or na firewood. Everybody wey this one concern, we Ipob dey beg una abeg make una do something because anybody when person start the journey when you never reach the destination, in heart no go come down. as we never bury our people, our heart never come down. All the obnoxious high burial demands, competitions, prefaces, churches, Indiana, Obama, in-laws, maternal and paternal homes, by the cause of this delay, our people are begging, making a try to do something. Now all these things they cause in the big mortuary, they said in the build of giant, church, filling station everywhere, but Biafra land, and beg, mortuary, na factory, na children's amusement park. No. A speech in time saves 9. We dey call therefore, say make everybody try for 3 days when your person kaput, make una bury am. After, una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy wey follow am. Churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, abeg, make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter. Because the person wey dem dey pursue cow, dey call the name. If he no hold the medicine, he go hold the thing wey dey bruise the cow. Na him dey call una. And the one una talk, he go stand. Abeg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una no do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra, under Mazi Iyke, no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body when we want make it go for mortuary. Now the only one wey get case wey dem dey treat. And after they don finish the whole thing, settle everything, make dem bury am. Mortuary no be factory. Mortuary no be industry. Mortuary no be amusement park again. No be recreational center. No be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land bury dead body don bury 2 corpses. So you never know. Now we be the owners of the land. And we don't tell them the time to cleanse our land. No, now. We gonna do the needful. Our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever they dey. Now the indigenous people of Biafra, under Mazi Iyke, they bring una this message. Please, our heart to bleed to save our people. Thank you.
Oh yes, so with the suffering, they make a place be the way it's supposed to be. I got name the thing we not do correct, we go correct. They take us long to learn that thing and to make the bad thing leave us now. You become another wahala. So now we go begin the chole wojin bechinejibe. So for our people, all those are people. We honestly live in pay attention. Pay attention. Insecurity. Report. IPOB Crime Investigation Unit. The phone number now +459 149 8677. Insecurity. When you see anything where they happen, we no sabi when you see people where they do, call IPOB Crime Investigation Unit +459 149 8677. We go open the phone line. +1 484 767 0848. Now waiting the app. Now be the program today. +1 484 767 0848. Our people, the time they go change. The time go change for US where we go back 1 hour. Come Sunday morning. So we say we could come early. So we could come early. I got like a chiazo 1 hour. So we don't know 1 o'clock. No, we're not 12 o'clock. The crane in a board. So now we do. So Sunday. And I hear no same when they mobile. I went to a little when they bear a little sign. I'll be a little. ọ maka ha ala azụ anyị aga n'ihu ekwe baịbụl ugbu anyị ga-ala azụ ka anyị na ha akọwa otu mgbe na-enokọta mamịrị ya bụ ụfụfụ so Sunday anyị ga-ala azụ 1 hour ache m na a ga-echenji kwa ya ọzọ nke a ga-awụ mgbe ikpeazụ ha ga-echenji ya 1 o'clock ga-awụ 1 o'clock na Europe na US and I be the things where they make where they take chop money make business. Our people the call number na +1 48476708848. Now waiting they happen now be the program. Our people make una hear the clip where una hear. No good, we no be Nigeria. Nothing hold us together. We not be the same people. And we no go, no way we go be the same people. It not go happen. You said they will come take us on. So I know people say it not go happen, but it dey happen. It don't happen. If it not they happen, why the killings? Why you say they make election, you still they kill people? You still they give condition where you go, where be the two way you go to make peace there. That means a peace no there. I know people no one come out contact. They hope their mind say you go vote for this person and they come correct this subliminal. Which is be go correct? When I hear article, the same person where they run for president, they tell say the thing we did not want, and they go make sure say they get that. But when they not to get the thing where they want, that is the presidency. What thing will happen to you? Then they go come get the chance to finish you the one way they leave you. But the ones where they do nobody they talk, nobody they challenge them. Nobody they see anything. Nobody they hear anything. Nobody they talk. I no go disappoint my ancestors. I no go disappoint the people who own me. I no go do it. Call out your name and where they come from.
All everything I have to say, and all I will say now is, if any court of the zoo, Nigeria, judge against our leader Mazi Iyke Kanu, every court of the zoo, every court of the zoo, every court of the zoo will be burning fire. And those useless barristers and judge who judge against our Mazi Iyke Kanu was be shooting and together with the family. Let's join hands together and destroy the Jews, all Sodom and Gomorrah. That's all I have to say. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre, man. There, you know, say there's Sodom and Gomorrah. All of them there for Nigeria. And the people who are to have a transfer because they talk to. The people where they talk, where they make the church, now they Fulani. Now them. And now them there for head. Now them there where they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be there because Nigeria now them own. Now them owner. So they will tell you the two way they go like and the two way they no like. But our people look at banana, they know they see them. They know they see them. And nothing than they see, nothing than they hear, and nothing than they say. Kana Agamiru. And not with they put to hope say this person will come. We go come turn the country upside down and do dogade. When I don't see lie before with on a crocodile eye. Nobody say you hear them, but this one you they see lie where they waka. With your crocodile eye. And you they say one Nigeria. If to say no, they do the way they supposed to do, you go good. But the DB said they know they do the thing they're supposed to do. In this CCB, ugwu karịa gị. Visitors welcome to your land. Get opportunity, pass you will be the owner of the land. People welcome. Get right to enter your forest. Get all the things they want. Come out. You say even deep. I want the Biafra. But what you show us say we be the people who we say we be. We nobody they make move. We nobody they stand say yes. This not the thing will happen. This not the way it happen. This na how we go do it. Change up. We know they do it. All we they do now they talk, go this place and come back, go that place and come back. We will disappoint our leader finish. Then when the result come, I go come know the way people go say.
We, the global family of indigenous people of Biafra, Ipob, under the command and control of Mazi Nnamdi, we use this medium, they sound this trumpet loud and clear for everybody to hear them, both the deaf and the dead. See, all these people, both big and small, in Biafra land, where they use the name of Mazi Nnamdi, Ipob or ESN, they work out they commit one committee or the other, just to grab protein and other nonsense for our body in the name of kidnapping, collecting of tax and rent, and different ladies within snatching of cars. Or write letter to people saying that to support ESN, then the ESN, our hand no day at all. Our hand no follow, and they no follow for what we do. Ipob, ESN and Mazi Nnamdi na brand name. When they carry cola, or do rough things, my people, we no know them, we no send them, and they no follow for what we do. This once, in another brand of experience, in another style, in another form, and another shape, we discuss every papa, mama, brother, sister, auntie, uncle, big match, advise your pikin or brother now, for the leg where they waka kukere, and where they see sharply, they see am. Person where they put hand for water where crocodile they make shakara, waiting they fly, my brother na palaba, and they go catch am. Two was not there for the thing. If the dragon where they fly, which come you, now look at the dance, they go play for you, and you must dance that dance. And now before you don't dance finish, your name will become obituary. Both the workers of iniquity and the hired laborers, including their sponsors, in different shape and different countries and different towns, and in different places by Ipob under Mazi Nnamdi go play Una Surugente. And that music, Una must dance and we go play and we go show. Two was no day for the thing. As we talk now so it go be enough of our tower everywhere, whether a politician soon or whatever send we know our dragon net go hold on. Remember, the fly we know they follow instruction or advice, they follow the body in that grade. We the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi no they carry last at all, and we dey blow this trumpet because when it could begin happen, una go be the kingdom come, when our name go be thy will be done. This message na from the organizations na from the Delicious, charismatic, indefatigable great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the real people of Biafra, indigenous people.
Something that happened for the so we will continue the other message we go try clear. We go try clear. So the opportunity when we get, we have only to go home. We go use it. We go use it. Time and tide wait for no man. So
the IPOB, what the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, onye ndu anya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a n'afọ peka ka ndị dị ndụ ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike mee ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbara gburugburu na-ekwu ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị adịghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ịmụ ụlọ n'ihu ikepọtị ndị ekperimọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịchị anaghị eji nke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji USN IPOB na aha dị nsọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chaa ndụ n'ụzọ dị iche iche eme mpụ dị iche iche ịtọrọ mmadụ ịzụ ụgbọala iji ntomaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra mbanụnụ nke mere mekpụrụ ekete ọzọ emekwala IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha mere ọkụkọ anụ ọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwu n'ihu na-erikwa ndị anyị n'ukwu n'ụzọ dị iche iche ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara iko bụ igbo ụzọ zụtara eji eri nna ya okwu uwe na-anaghị n'ugbo mọchụarị ya ebe o wekwara aka ya ugbu a n'ihi ya Chineke menụnụ n'ebere ya mere papa mama brọda anti ọnkụ onye ọbụla dụọ nwa ya ọdụ n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihi n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agaghị alọta anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB anyị na-ajụ ugbu a jiri na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbu nwa nwala ọ bụrụ ya gafe ama nna ya IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụsi omenala kama jishi ịkụ agwụnụ ebe ahụ taa ga-adị mkpa mmụọ tọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gara ịbịara ya ọrụ ma enweghị du nwanne ị ga na-enụ ụlọ anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọtụrụ n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kọma mpekelechi ga-emebikọ n'anya ike a na-egbupụ ike enyemụ onye na-asọ isi dị m n'ike amarụ nwanne ndị meta ya n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ anyị ekwesịrịkwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi bụrụ nnukwu ibu ụkpụrụ onye ndu bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ nwetara ụlọ ozi ya
so the call number now +1 484 767 0848. I get problem here, they make for the connection. And only now we want to make it the road one. the connection no good. They see them come and then they vanish. Waiting they make it happen, and them sabi. Our problem, make we dey look am say na our problem. Make we dey tell ourselves the truth too. When we hear finish the way they form Nigeria, I don't think say anybody will go Gapatama Banganga see now women in Nigeria. I don't think so. I don't think so. When you see the way they form Nigeria, that means say you no get mouth. He goes on chim see le point no. I'm on Biafra. The note where they give you say this na Biafra land, they take and come out. My people, after the war, they remove Biafra from map. And nobody make a tool to say why you remove her. And they don't hear anything about you. They don't hear anything about Biafra. And we they look to say they want for country where the corporation. Call out your name and where they come from.
Dr. Chukwemeka knows Nnamdi. Imene wa ha ni demo.
Dewe.
One may okay to scavenger. Esbula obodo Mandela. Obodo testimony tutu na abole. Lona ekene mu Biafra, ekene mu IQB members. Ekene mu Nnamdi Kanu. Onye ndai prisoner of conscience. Onye ejeku ana achi ma ikpe. Mana ese chitoka abịama. Ga-edu ya n'udo. Nwanne nwoke Dr. Chukwemeka na-eje ịhụnanya na o nwere ihe dị iche na egbe na egbe. Egbe na-efe efe, egbe na-agbagbu sọsọ ihe mgbagbu ka ọ na-agbagbu. O nweghị otu ọbụla isi penti ya ma ọ mee ihe ọbụla. Ihe a rụrụ ya bụ ka ọ na-agbagbu mmadụ ọ anụmanụ ọ ihe ọbụla mana egbe na-efegharị efegharị. Ya ihe dị iche dị. Ihe ya n'okwu Atiku. Atiku si na ihe Nọọtụ chọrọ, ọ ma ihe Nọọtụ chọrọ, ọtụọ Nọọtụ, ọ chụrụ ihe Naijiria chọrọ, ọtụọ ihe agha ndị Nọọtụ chọrọ. Dịka Obi, gịnị ka ndị Biafra chọrọ? Gịnị ka Eastern Nigeria, gịnị ka ha chọrọ? Ka ezi ga-eji ebe bado nkịta, ka ehi ga-agwa ha bụ ihe ị chọrọ. Ihe Peter Obi chọrọ bụ just one Nigeria. Ndị nnọọ mgbe ọbụla ọ na-ekwu okwu Nigeria ka ọ ga-esi print Nigeria print chee ọdụ ka Dubai ọ hazie ọfụma. Ihe a ka ị ga na-anụ n'ọnụ ndị Igbo, ihe a ka ị ga na-anụ n'ọnụ ụmụ Biafra ndị etere mmanụ. Dr. Chukwemeka anọzie ihe bifo ọma agabara iri na ekene maka amaghị m ka unu si eme, amaghị m ka ndị atụnye na redio Biafra ka unu si eme, amaghị m ndidi unu nwere ezigbo ndidi. Onye ndị ahụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Olisa ejichite oke adị ama gwara ya bifo gwa unu dị arụwa na redio maka kamgbe a na-akpụ na aka m na-akpachi na akpụ na akwụrụ ego unu akwụrụ ka m na-akpụ unu jisi ike maka na amaghị m ka unu si eme mana ọ Chineke maka o si edu unu maka ihe ọ na-afụ kịta karịrị anyị. Ị na-echere na ndị Igbo ibe gị na gị na ha anọ ịmụ na gị na ha nọrọ anọ. Onye Igbo kịta ka na-ekwu ịmana ọ nwere onye Igbo megidere ka mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu onye Igbo emepe ọnya sị m na redio Biafra wụ propaganda ka a na-eme na ya. Njize ka isi propaganda ọ sị na onye ndị ahụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na ọ na-akọ ha ọnụ na ọ na-asị na ndị ojii enwere isi na ndị ojii nwere ụbụrụ na ndị ka ọ ga-esi na-ekwu ụdị ha ihe a ka onye Igbo na-ekwu na propaganda. Oke ọ ga-agaga ihe Atiku ihe ọ na-egwu ihe Atiku bụ ihe Atiku bụ n'oge mgbe ọ na-ekwu na ndị Nọọtụ ka ya chọrọ. Ọ ihe na-eme Igbo ọkwa ekwuru Maazị Dr. Chukwemeka anọzi okwuru ịkpọrọ klip ịkpọrọ maka ndị gị maka ndị nọ n'Abuja. Otu na-eme ha na-eti mkpu na ha na-ana ndị na-anakwu ya Dr. Chukwemeka anọzi ọ bụrụkwa ndị arụrụ ụlọ 50 million ka ị hụrụ na paakị na-anaghị ahụ. Ọ bụrụkwa ndị ahụ na-atụ kọntena ndị nke ahụ na-achị gị n'ụdị esi nwere ihe na-eme naanị ya. Ọ rụchara ụlọ 50 million 100 million mana onye nọ ozugbo oke efesisa mgbe o ji na-eche onwe ụbọchị a ga-aga ndị nkịta na-enwe eme mma egbusiche ndị ahụ niile nwere isi. ebe isi ndị anyị na-eri isi ime ebe ma ndị Boko Haram 100 onye onye ha na-eri isi ka nwafọ Igbo ka nwafọ Biafra ma ihe o mere ma ọsụta ga-eti o mere ndị ahụ ha dịrị adọs iwufe ọbara ka ha na-achọ ya ile ha anya kịta ka ha na-amachagharị na Abuja a na-achị ihe ese na ha na-anazi na ha na ndị na anya ha nwee ndị ike gwugoro ndị na-achọ nnọọ ogologo ha na-achọ nnọọ ihe ha ga-eme ka ha sị na ha na-anaga ana ọ na-eme eme anyị na-agwa ha kịta otego kamgbe a na-agwa ha ha hapụ obodo ahụ ha ga-ahazi obodo ha achọghị ga-ahazi ala Biafra oke ị na-achị kịta na ihe Atiku na-ekwu oke mmadụ ole n'ime ụlọ kịta bụ ụmụ Biafra jerisi oke na-ekwenye ha ka ha ga-agwa Peter Obi na ihe ka ha gwara ihe a obodo nwa ga-emere ihe ha tupu ọ ga-ekwuwedo okwu ihe ọbụla na ha chọrọ ọgụ ha chọrọ Nigeria na ha chọrọ ịnọrọ onwe ha ya ka onye ike mara onwe unu kwuo ya gwa ya hụ ha gwa ya eziokwu unu eme na monkey business unu gwa ha eziokwu ka gwa ya eziokwu ka ọ mara ebe ọkwa akwụ maka kịta nọọtụ akwụgoro ha ọrụji Atiku si ya esilekwe ihe ya chọrọ ka nọọtụ nweta ihe ahụ ka ọ na-achọ anụ Obi onwebe onye ime ka gwara anyị ihe aka na-ekwugo bụ nwa Naijiria mgbe ọbụla ha mmiri ada ha n'ọnụ nwa Naijiria na-atọ aka shuga ọha ka ọ na-atọkarị ụtọ n'ọnụ ha oyibo ha na-atọ achị na-atọkarị everywhere Biafrans unu afụgo ekita onwere onye unu na-ere ndonu ka m na-agwa unu ndo IPOB members Biafrans unu hapụkwa this Biafra anyị na-azọ ndị esi ka ha chọọ ịgwago okwu ọ bụrụ na emechi anya na nta ọgwụgo na-abụgo na onye ha ga-asị gị bụ nwoke nne nke ga-ekpome nwaonye eke nke ga-ekpome mmekọta hapụ IPOB mmacha azụ nke ụlọ ekpome IPOB unu jisi ike bụ ajụ n'ume anyị ga-enwetara ndị Biafra ha gbagara icha anyị ga-enweta onye mba anyị a ga-ahapụ onye mba anyị onye ihe ọga anyị chọrọ ha hapụrụ anyị onye ego anyị ha hapụrụ anyị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọtụtụ ekwugo na-ekwu si ka hapụ ya amaghị ihe ọzọ a na-agbagharị amaghị ihe ụzọ dị mma na-agbagharị ka mkpụrụ amụ na-aka akụkọ amaghị ihe na-atụ ya egwu ya na anụ ihe ọnka ga-ejiri ebe ahụ nwere ihe ga-emezi ebe a hapụrụ anyị ala Igbo maka onyerozi ihe ọ na-eri ihe o ji na-eji kịta bụ braịbụ ndị a na-enwechakwa 5,000 egwu n'otu ndị awa tọọlụ ọ bụ oge nke anyị ka anyị na-eme oge nke anyị oge nke anyị were 5,000 nye ya ọ na-eme otu onye agha hapụ obodo ya mana ọ chọrọ mmiri ọ chọrọ ọkụ ọ chọrọ ụzọ ọgwụna ka ọ ha m n'ọnụ m Biafra biko mụ na anya na-eche nche IPOB afụrụ m unu n'anya gaba n'iru udo dịrị unu Biafra udo dịrị unu jisie n'ike Ogechukwu Emeka na-ezi mmere ha n'igwe ime na nna m na
Colonel, your name and where you come from?
Dada Lady, the young sir.
I hear you.
Dada Lady, you see, I should bring them over one more. You must have one scavengers. That person will tell you na propaganda. Where there's them on the candidate talk. Dada Lady, to go watch film. Now boy, no the man. I don't tell you that I don't should put and I say much I can allow that. I'm telling you. The word is about to see that there is a God that is in charge. For every offense of everything that happens for this earth. To go to Kagan and know it. That I know if I cannot to teach you that I know the check. I will let them know. Openly your combination because of that. Why is the world so foolish that I live in? We are Biafrans. 7 generations will be in time because we abandon our God. And after that, they will bring us back home. The letter of Jeremiah, the letter of Jeremiah from verse just study it carefully. That I will go give back to I to follow that I live in. That I will be seen number one of America and the whole world. We let them shut and move. But that I will be no get eyes. Not human being, not be. They don't have the can never see them. America never see say they don't have the can to shake the whole world. You don't be discharged on that people. That I will go from competent court of food. Okay. Nigeria, Commander, guy, question. And the United Nations gave Nigeria order. You need Nnamdi Kanu for us. I am allowing me to follow the question because they have agenda. To kill the order.
and take a while and say, I don't know if good in there. I must say that I don't know had to call you. We are not joking now. Biafra, if you take we are joking, we are joking, we are joking. What can you about the people? All of them, they joke. And take it better. Then I think you give them First Ezra chapter 4 and the First Ezra chapter 5. That is the First Ezra chapter 4 and First Ezra chapter 5. And for that, because the religious leaders say Biafra land. Because children told us, so if you go there, you will see people willing to carry all this. Tell them the same as I don't take it to the kind of manner. Now must you pray for you the religions and tell us, say, our own. Tell them the democracy and room on a church. Makachina Kata and the election. Not all for her. Then I will be open over to class. At the end of this series, then I will be there. That is number one. Number two, you will know more in America. Okay, no more. But they come now. What's the moment now? Can I open up the next area? No more to see Jack. No more to take it now. No more to make it. Also, for what you buy it. Also, to first the rest of let him give them. Let him command us to come back on our worship. I know now our life will be this. We will take care of America. We will take care of it. Now we get this world. We don't know the world. We don't want to make this world. That can be. If any nation we want Biafra, let them just. Then 1967, no child to play. Then I will be 1967. They did it there because we are not Ramadan. You see this time, you see return. And if you see any foreign nationality here, before heaven and earth, this world will go in time. Every nation will be back to die. Not that direct to one land. Let every nation stay in books. Now please, we are Biafrans. Let us stay. Then let the Lord be organized. They preach right. I will tell that all things work. So then the church put together my mama was there. I can bring a good on our part. I got you when you would do that. We are here to start there and from coming back to that and the demon. I see you later doing. You are coming back to your father. Let the Lord but I all this nonsense God, I need to have that profession. And the father put it down like a profession. Check out what I am. Think of what I got. I hate to say I got that. Negative now, people, negative. When I let's go to have a man, when I touch business center and it's a thing. And I said, they were for that bishop will pastor. No, they don't become a total. What about that? You have got I got to school to attend to me. Not to recognize. If you try to tell you this other, say, we catch you and we commit the highlight that Nigerian is in charge. Then the teacher goes to farmers capital. Then the thing is already the sack of the Jonathan. Thank you. Then I'm going to tell you for that. Okay, well, we're going to the Marupala in the Mokena, but I see no I got the I just to do. That's why I have to tell you back and do Happy again. That's what from allowing you to go to them. When I know you were to be contented to party Kapiana. Mata, Gloria, Mafo, Mamfu, Oje, another woman to go to China, of our
Good morning from here. Yeah. I can call from Colombia. Biafrans. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, Biafrans. The hardcore, the real ones. Not the effluff. Mazalozi, Chukwugozi, Chukwugozekwe, Onyenduai Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The Jesus of our time. Chineke na-agba nwa ọkụ. Make them a blue man.
Chineke na agba olume. Only believe in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a country. I'm going to mad every day. Obodo people are dying every day. I am planning with Nigeria. Chineke na agba Nigeria ọnụ. Onwe Nigeria dị mma. Onye na-azụkwa na ọka Nigeria dị mma nke taa n'echi obi banye na Nigeria ya dị mma. Onye ahụ wee flefu. I need onye ahụ na Biafra land. Mazi Alozie, I'm ekele you. Ihe ụmụ na-eme nnọọ. Mazi Alozie onye isi ike. N'oge adịghị anya Nigeria ya bịa n'isi njedebe. Ihe na-emekwa na ihe mmụọ. Onye amaghị ihe na-aga na onye ahụ ya na-eti Nigeria. Chineke nna anyị ma na ọ ya mere anyị ya. Mazi Alozie, asị m ka m kelee nnọọ. Jide nnọọ ka iji nnọọ Chukwu gozie ndị Biafra niile ebe ọ bụla na-anọ na onye jisi ike anyị nwe mmeri mmeri anyị tipu elekshọn onweghị dịka Nigeria ka m ji anya afọ ya ọkachasị na Biafra na onweghị dịka elekshọn. Chukwu gozie maazị.
Name and where they come from.
Good morning, man. I'm the Charles Ugo. I'm about from the Congo Island. We permit me to announce our meeting coming up on Sunday. My goal here come out the I want to tell our people to come to go for our national meeting. And then I got the cabinet to go here because I'm not number now. I'm Mazi Iyke, number 085 E1 907. And then he said, national coordinator 1,000, number 085 143 454. You are going to national charter Charles Ugo. Number 1 877 46 Mazi Alozie Mowera Anasika Ugozela na Walita. Katika bani na ile msibega sidebe. Walipo na hiyo timu na bana kutoka Barbulo ni want to go home. Allah Mowera make marina our media representatives katika gozo nina one by one. Let me go and our deputy European web katika bani na na no community shamina yokole wana afu onya bunakole yo Biafra na support edu onya ko na sakawo and the pioneer de Gazajo sima mala na mala very soon era plan later thank you very much for following my line.
People, when they hear the truth, they keep quiet, like say, then they inside the room, the people outside. Know the thing where they have. So then they behave. Our bad thing don't chop us. Like I say, our bad thing don't chop us. It don't chop us so we not even tell ourselves the truth. And I dey talk am here every day. For all the things wey happen to us, for all the things where our parents go through in the 60s, for all the people where them butcher, now people where butcher them now they fall. Wetin we do them? When I hear Lord Lugard, the first time why I hear Lord Lugard verse, say, wow, so this man really they like me and you. Somebody where person create go come put you and your enemy together. So make could finish. Una they say one Nigeria. Usobode. Call your name and where they come from.
Oh, no, good afternoon.
ụmụnne m dewo na ụmụ Biafra, ụmụ Igbo, ụmụ Ijo, ụmụ Banke, the whole efforting clan enwere na Biafra, dewo na ndị Amazon, Chineke gọzie ajị m owe ya na-asị ka Chineke gọzie mmadụ niile ma ndị ọjọọ enwere na Biafra land, ma ndị efulefu, ma ndị ọrụ ya na-akpọ ha ndị ọbọkwa ike ndewo na ụtọ ọma eji m ohere na-achịtara unu maka ihe teoris edirilu gari kwuru abaụtụ obodo unu nọ n'ime ya. Ọ gwara unu agwa ebe ahụ agha obodo ben wee mezie ya ka o nwere ike ịbụ ndị Britain. Ben nke ọzọ na nke nọ n'ime ya bụ ndị akpọ onwe ndị politishan nọ ebe a na-egbu ụmụnna ya agbue were ha wererie ndị iro ya atara mkpụrụ amụ ha resi ndị China then ataracha nke ya atara emechaa ụmụ nwaanyị anyị jide tiri ya na nwunye ya abịa ga-achịrịcha akwa ga-eji mụọ nwa achịrịcha ya ga-asọ ya n'ụlọ ọgwụ ha mgbe ha nwere ike ụbọchị eruzie echi ndị ụmụnne ha chọrọ ịmụ nwa ọ chọrọ isi idezi obodo etizie na akwa na ụmụ Afrịka wezi na-emezi obodo ha akpa ha meziere echi afe Afrịka ibe mebiri na-apụta. Chineke ga-akụcha ha isi n'ala. Maazị Okechukwu Ezikọha, nwanne m nwoke alọzi emegbu promotion today. Ị ga-aga nyekwa ya nkwụ ọcha ihe ị ga-enye ya nkwụ ọcha nyekwa ya ọdị nọ n'elu ya ya na-eme ya ka obi tọọ ya na ịhụ gwere okwu na-ekwu na-adaba adaba ejikwa obosi ike na-atụkwa ka ụmụnne mgbopụsi ụnụ maadị anaghị asọpọtụ ndị CN onweghị onye n'isekret ebe e nwere na ọwụ CN anyị hapụ CN anya tagburu onwe ya ahụ a na-eme ndị ọzọ pụta ha kpọọ onwe ha aha ka ọ nwee ike na-ezu okwu mana ha ga-achọ ka ha achọ infọmeshọn ha ha na-eme asala tụza eme ihe asala ole ihe etijichara n'obodo anyị onweghị ele ihe dị mma mmiri batara n'obodo kwapụchie ụlọ dị iche iche gọọmenti ndị gọọmenti a hapụ okwu ụmụnne ndị ji ego hapụ okwu ọrụ maazị Nnamdi Kanu na ọtarapụta ọ wụ ihe oke ha mere o nwere ike ọsị ka tinye ọgbazinye ndị aka ebi onye ka etirie ụmụ nwaanyị ahụ ihe ọmịrị nda ihe ha mere otu si na-arịa Chineke ekpuchiri unu ka Chineke gọzie unu ana masị m enwe ndidi ihe dị ọkụ ga-ajụ oyi and nwa mgbe nta adịghị anya onye isi anyị ga-apụta anyị ga-ekele Chineke ndewo unu ka Chineke gozie mmadụ niile abụkwa nwanne m nwoke maazị ọtụtụ igwe ọdụ mpaghara n'ime mmiri ihe na ngwugwu ala na-akpọ ndewo unu ka Chineke gozie unu ọdụ.
Ndewo maazị ọtụtụ thank you plenty thank you plentiful. The thing where they be say our people and wetin be the thing where we gain from Nigeria? We not gain anything. I na-azụ ahịa uru na-adịghị. And when they say you dey make Nigeria, we dey tell on the thing where they happen. You know the vex say we dey tell on say we propaganda. The people where they lie to now no complain. Where on a day they listen to radio, we not they tell on the truth. Where flood they kill on a people, when not they talk. Now people where block them here. People where no one say yes, this not the truth talk. Then go open gate to water can swallow. Finish on a house. Carry people. They go. Dike buy name boat to paper. You know when we small, when we there for school, we go make boat. We take a page exercise book. Kwa boat, kwa ship. Mini nedo. Aya patana nezi no law school. Onwe be minister jinaso. Onye kwa edonye lenke nke ga boss carrier. I will not say now exercise book with the destroy. A minute sorquanaga, a blue quabuto naga. Mbaku quadre. Ya demini ya we sinking. Not the same thing where we find ourselves. Not the same thing where we the see. Where you there, somebody go come. I mean, it tire me. It tire me. It tire me. How somebody go come? The same thing where we they do about the bondiocha. He fool us for body. He fool us for body plenty. He fool us for body. You know this that the two way the Oyibo do you. You know vex. Or when your child shall garu ala, you will wait. Make it be say na follow Igbo man do a chineke. Elugada. See our people. Look at our people. Love for the white man. I know say hate white man. The thing be say when you know say they do something bad, make you condemn them. But this will not get them out. And those people will stand, will go say this na the two. Nobody said they no go school, they no go book, they go. They sabi the people who are bank on. They know the thing what those people do. But those people will go can't tell you say never again. Now then go can't tell you do them again. Over and over again. And with the look, our land, they disappear. We sabi. Our identity, they disappear. We sabi. The identity will be your name. They disappear. The culture, they disappear. Where do you go do? You come for Bodo, you they perform your culture. Where they don't chola you for land again. Gaga na no nozo name a culture. Ihe na na-eme gị. Ihe na na-eme gị. The country where you they look for, not the country. Common akonuche. Onye Anambra mee ihe ga chilie elu kowe na agịga ọkụ. Onye ime eme gị ihe ga kechi edowe na agịga ọkụ. You know they ask question twice. You know they ask question twice. Well, onwe gasị. Ịkpọcha onwe gasị ka mmanụ onye ga-ahụ gị n'anya. Kpọọ onwe gasị. Ịkpọcha onwe gasị ka mmanụ onye gị na ga-ebi. Kpọọ nwanne gasị. Ịkpọcha nwanne gasị na mmanụ onye gị na ga-awụ onye agbata obi. And as you know fit to talk to your brother, you there for your market, then they tell you say, "Hey, back, you got boy here, you got boy here." Here when I like you, this not for your land. We know the land, we know the sabi, we not understand. Not be how much I talk, not how much you understand. I don't talk plenty. If you want to understand, understand. If you want to do them, do them. That, now the talk we go today. That, now the thing we go put for your bank. That, now the thing we, the day we rain go fall. You go remember, say, Radio Biafra tell you say, we don't know, Germany, we don't know, Mbalari, you know, Naga, Akamambo Minigezo, make you no say, we not tell you. We tell you, we inform you. Adraga Kananti. I will tell them that they will. They will. That's so it be. The one way here, if it's good for you, make you do the right thing. Our leader, therefore, they suffer pepe, not because of you. One ticket, now 1 week. For the banner. Another day, we will get the visitors, we go come talk. And we get them every week. Eh? So, bye-bye now. Bye-bye now. Day, we will get the visitors, we go come talk. And we get them every week. Eh? So, bye-bye now. Bye-bye now.
Therefore, the only election that makes sense in our place right now in Biafra land is a referendum. When we achieve a referendum, then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have a
Because what I am saying on Abumanyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abịama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abịama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abịama biko. Since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abịama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men. Until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say, we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you. This is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight, is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I'm tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.